Supreme Court will hear two cases that could decide the future of affirmative action in college admissions. The justices will hear appeals from a conservative student group challenging the use of race in admissions at Harvard and the University of North Carolina, alleging that Asian Americans have been illegally targeted and rejected more than other applicants. Harvard rejects claims that it gives outsized importance to race.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your mind.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, see, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost at $1 billion. 3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and looks in the mirror and sees this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper until you read over and over and see white families come? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, if we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Saturday Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect down 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. And we are back. Peace, folks. Welcome back to another edition of the Popular Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. Tonight I got a good one, but I got to settle some stuff first because I don't know what's going on completely. My debaters know what I'm talking about, but I'll get into it later. As y'all can see, we are slated to have the good mother square off with brother TVA. And the topic of the debate is, did whites benefit from affirmative action? But before we get started, y'all know I always start the show off with thanking you good folks for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces, because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You have to show up to these damn streams. You don't have to like the video, watch it, sub to this damn channel, share it, and you definitely don't have to drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. But you good folk, you choose to do so, man. Night after night, week after week, you are here when you can be anywhere on a Wednesday night. And I want you to know, man, I don't take you good folk lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. I am humble. I'm honored. I'm appreciative. And I'm thankful for all you good folks. Now, I know I get up here and I say shit that you don't like. And guess what? I'm going to continue to do so. But one thing I'll never do is take you lightly or disrespect you. All right? All right. So let's get at it. And my debaters are here on time. That's first. So without further delay, let me bring in brother TVA and the good mother. What's going on, folks?
Hello.
Brother TVA was good.
So, man, can you hear me?
Yes. All right. I tried to call you earlier, brother TVA, because
Okay, that was you, my bad.
the good mother had some concerns about the debate, and she was willing to substitute someone else in her place. I also emailed you too, brother, telling you what was going on.
Yeah, I just saw that. What's the concern? I don't get it.
Well, I'll let the good mother explain it, being that she's here. Go ahead. You got it, good mother.
I was just, I guess maybe confused about whether this was an actual debate, because I saw you and Ragnarok's debate, and there was a lot of messed up
Fuckery.
Yeah, pretty much fuckery that was going on. It didn't seem like a proper debate, and I was just curious if that was what you meant by respect.
I addressed this when I asked you for the debate, so I'm not gonna do this. Are you here to
No,
debate
this
or
is
not?
something completely different.
I addressed this when I asked for the debate. I said it would be civil. I said
And
there would be no yelling or name calling. I addressed this when I asked for the debate the other day.
Okay.
So,
Okay, well,
compared to what, though?
Well,
Am I supposed to do I have to massage your feelings or something
no,
like
no,
that?
no, no, no. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's my channel. This is the T.P.O.T channel. We're gonna have a civil debate here tonight. Okay, we're gonna keep it civil. We're gonna keep it grown up. We're gonna keep it adult. We're gonna stick to the facts. Is that all right with you two? Can we stick to the facts?
I have a link that I'm going to put in the chat. I need you to when it's my turn, I'll need you to pop it up on the screen if you don't mind.
Oh, that's fine. You know that's how we do things here. If you want to share something or share a screen, you know, all that's fair game. You're allowed to do that here. You can share links. I'll screen share. I'll do whatever you need me to do as far as the debate is concerned.
Okay. I need her to understand that, man. I'm here to debate. Okay, it's nothing personal. I'm not here to insult you, but I'm not SKC. I'm not going to kiss your ass either. I'm going to treat you like we're both grown adults here. I'm not going to hold your hand. Okay. I mean, if you get offended by me bringing facts that you don't like, I can't help that. But I'm not going to call you any names or anything like that. I mean, that's you and Ragnarok are two totally different people.
Okay. I'm just warning you like ahead of time. I won't stick around. I will let Contriver take my place if that.
Again, I can't help what you get offended by. All I know is I won't yell at you, and I'm not going to call you any names.
Okay. If we can keep it civil and respectful.
I won't yell at you, and I won't call you any names. Whatever else you take as disrespect, I can't help that.
Okay.
Okay, so it's settled. Let me get the clock up here. I tried to get my timekeeper here, folks, but I think he's busy. He might show up because, you know, T.P.O.T, we have an official timekeeper. He might be working, so y'all are stuck with me. Y'all are stuck with me keeping time, so don't get mad if things go wrong.
I have a question too. I did notice he was on camera for the chat with
I
Tom.
I tried to address this message that you left on Xavier's. My face is visible for everyone to see on my channel. I've got my first and last name up here. I'm not gonna, because sometimes if I run my cam, it slows down my connection. So, I mean, are you refusing to debate unless I get on cam? Is that what you're saying? Is that the excuse we're going to use? Or?
No, it's not an excuse. It's just.
I mean, it's not like we don't know what I look like. Okay, we know it's me. So I don't
debate with somebody you can't see.
I don't need you to cam up. You can turn your. I don't care. And I mean, yeah.
Okay. Are we going to get past this, or are we going to talk about this for another 10 minutes? Because I have to explain the rules, because I'm pretty sure, good mother, you don't know how we do our debates here, right?
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, let me familiarize you with the rules. We start off with 7-minute opening statements. The negative goes first, the affirmative goes second. 7-minute opening statements, and then we do 2 rebuttal rounds, 5 minutes per debater for rebuttal. That's like a 20-minute round. Then after that, we go into something called rapid fire. And rapid fire, y'all mano y mano for, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, you know, until I get tired of it. Then we stop it, and then we come back. We do closing statements. The person who went first now goes last, and vice versa. And then we go to the polls, and the crowd decides who was the best debater. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and put the poll up as well. Well, I'll put the poll up later. I'll put the poll up probably right during closing statements, so everybody can get the full debate before they start voting. Because sometimes if you put the poll up like right now, people will already start voting before the damn debate even begins. So I'll put the poll up, you know, as we're doing, you know, at the end of closing statements, folks. I will put the poll up in the chat, and you can vote. All right. So we're decided on what we're debating. All right. The question is, did whites benefit from affirmative action? I believe Brother TVA is the affirmative. So the good mother is the negative. So good mother, you will be going first whenever you are ready. 7 minutes on the clock.
Wait.
Are you ready?
Hold on. So for the negative?
Yes, you're the negative because you're saying no, right? You're saying that whites didn't benefit all that much from affirmative action, right?
Well, I'm saying nobody did.
Okay, so that will make you the negative. Negative goes first.
Well,
are you ready?
How he said he was the one that had all this data to prove it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Really?
I don't.
Aren't you, isn't it your stance that this is what you said. You said that you believe black women benefited more from affirmative action than white people. White women in particular, but white people as a whole. That's what you said.
Black women get more preferential treatment due to it.
No. You said that black women benefit more. Brother X, can if you want to play that? Can you go ahead and look up the stream if you want to play the audio for the people so they can hear it?
No, it's growing up our entire society. Nobody's really benefiting long run, very short term.
Like I said, if Brother X wants to take the time to play the audio from the last stream or whatever, so we can get familiar with what I requested, because
I don't like being part of the debate. I just want to host it.
We haven't decided on. Apparently, we're confused about what we're here to debate, because I thought it was very clear that Good Mother's opinion was that black women. This is what you stated. Yes. Black women benefit more from affirmative action than white women. This is what you said, right?
That is part of what I said.
I thought that's what we were debating, whether or not whites benefited from affirmative action. I thought that was the topic of the debate. Did I get it wrong or not?
He said he wanted to debate saying that white people benefited more from affirmative action.
Okay, so more. All right. So are we going to debate that? Are both of you good with that?
Well, I believe white people benefit more as a whole from affirmative action. Yeah.
Okay. Good Mother, are you against that? Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to give her. Listen, I'm going to give her
the negative.
I'm right. I'm going to give her one opportunity, because it's clear that she's maybe wanting to tag her buddy in. So, Good Mother, if you want to bring him up here to help you, that would be fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I originally wanted you to at least be a part of the debate. So I would appreciate you staying up. If Brother X wouldn't mind, if you want 2-on-1, we can do that. If you need help, go ahead. But don't bring him in later. Don't bring him in later. If you want to tag him in, go ahead and do it now, because
Okay, so what are we doing?
We can't go off the debate by adding him in later and all this other shit. So, I mean, I'm offering it now. I don't have a problem with it.
Is that what you want to do, Good Mother? You want to bring in?
I don't really appreciate. He doesn't seem to be coming to this discussion in good faith. Like,
you see what I'm saying, Xavier? I haven't raised my voice. I haven't called any names, and yet and still, I'm somehow disrespectful. I'm somehow coming in bad faith. Listen, if you're unprepared, that's fine. You can tag in your friend. We can do 2-on-1. That's fine. But we know what the topic is, Good Mother. Let's not play games here.
No, because you got me into this debate because you think for some reason.
I don't remember pointing any weapons at you or coercing you in any way.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're both adults, and you agreed. Go ahead.
I guess with the negative saying that white people don't privilege more from affirmative action than black people. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Are you ready?
Yep.
And are you sure you want to do this by yourself? Again, I don't want to hear it later on. We can. If he wants, I don't like this. I want to jump in because I got something to say. If he's got ants in his pants and he wants to jump his ass on up here and help you out, I don't have a problem. But we got to start it now. We got to do it in the beginning.
She says she's ready, so we're going to go ahead and start the clock.
Okay.
All right. 7 minutes on the clock. Good Mother, you are up, madam. Opening statements. Pull the trigger.
All right. White people did not benefit more from affirmative action. I think affirmative action has screwed up our entire society en masse. Since the 60s, first, it was women getting into academia that disproportionately benefited women over men. So it actually created a evolutionary mismatch because maybe I'm not good for this. Maybe I do want to tap him in.
Okay.
Because you know what it is?
I haven't even you can't say it's me because you went first. So it's not,
listen, stop. I'm saying we have completely different areas that we work in, and I look at this thing in an entirely big picture, and you're looking at it as just a black-white problem. And I have a hard time breaking it down like that because I see.
Well, that's if you're an expert in the field, how are you having problems breaking it down?
No. I see the whole picture as a whole. And
right. So you can't break down something that you're an expert in? I'm not an expert in this shit. I'm just a guy with an opinion. I'm a businessman. I'm not an expert. You just claim to be an expert. Everyone heard you. So how is it that you can't explain?
What did I say? I'm an expert?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Do you want to bring in the other guy? Is he here? I know he had wrote in the chat earlier. Is he here?
I think Contriver's here. But it's just, I have a hard time with this because it's such a big thing, and I'm trying to argue a little piece of it, and I don't know if I can do that.
Okay, so if I'm an expert on, drawing maps, right? Like, okay, I can draw a global map, but I can't draw fucking Africa. You see what I'm saying? I'm an expert on cars, but I can't explain how the wipers work.
What did I say? I was an expert.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's basically what you're saying. You're saying you're an expert in it, and you're an expert in this field, but you can't nail down a specific subject within that field and explain it. How does that make sense?
Because it's not specific like that. It is.
This is numbers, man. Either white women have benefited more from affirmative action since its inception, or they haven't. I've got numbers, so I'm not coming with. I mean, I've got specific numbers, data. I mean, what? I told you this. You know this. So and you agreed. So what are we? Who's your friend? Is he here? Does he SKC? Does somebody want to come save her? She needs help. She's drowning.
Are we debating or not?
She's drowning. I mean, she's flailing.
Hold on, brother T.V.A. Hold on. Are we debating or not? Do you want to bring your guy in?
If Contriver would like to take my place.
Here's what I'm not understanding. Real quick. This is why I wanted to debate you, good mother, because you're popping up on all these panels over here in this space.
Yeah.
Jumping yourself in conversations pertaining to Black people's issues, talking about Black communities issues and all that. So it's like, I mean, you came over here, right? So you're jumping into conversations talking about Black community issues. You're on panels with some of these coons. They're making these Black jokes, and you're geeking about it and shit. I've seen you.
So
right?
Racist.
All right, hold on a second, brother TBA. Hold on. If you're in the chat room, oh yeah, he's up. He's in there. I'm gonna put the he sent me an email. I'm gonna email you the link. Contriver, I believe it is. I'm going to email you the link, so go ahead and look for that, sir. I think I know who that guy is, I think. And for some reason, your damn email came up in my spam. I don't know why, but I'm sending you the link right now, Contriver. So go ahead and hop up here. And I'm assuming, Lady Good Mother, that his viewpoints are similar to yours, right?
Similar, yeah. Yeah, he's actually a gentleman from India.
Okay.
He lives in Canada. He's very smart guy. Feminism has actually been screwing over India longer than the US, so he's a little ahead of the curve there.
All right, Contriver, check your email, sir. The Good Mother's tagging you in.
Yeah.
Tagging you in. Well, at least we did this at the beginning. We're only 56 seconds
That's
in.
right. I know I felt something in my gut said, I don't know. I'm not
pissed with you guys. I would have been pissed if you'd have did this like 30
That's
minutes
why
in.
I was pushing to make a decision before we start. That's why I was saying that.
I would have been pissed with you people.
I would still like her to stick around though. Don't let this guy just die on a hill for you, and you're not there to. You know, I mean, you should still stick around.
Right. We'll sit here. We'll
Why
wait
is it
for
that you don't think white people should talk about other behavioral
I think
issues?
white people need to go to their community and you need to talk to your people. That's what I really think you should do. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk to black people,
Hmm.
but doing these 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams with these coon ass niggas over here talking about black people's problems, why don't you have 5, 6, 7, 8 hour streams with a panel full of white people talking about white dysfunction? Why don't I see that on your channel?
Why haven't you looked on my channel?
I've
Do you know
looked
how
on
long
your
I've been
channel.
doing
Okay,
I've
these
looked
hold
streams?
on
on,
your channel.
hold
Do you
on, hold on, because Mr. Contriver is here. What's good, Contriver?
Hello, sir.
Hey, what's
Hello to
going on?
all the fellow interlocutors, and let us just get going.
Okay, you have been tapped in, and the subject of the debate is: did whites benefit more from affirmative action? Are you prepared to
Yes.
debate that, sir?
Um, yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming you are similar in view with the good mother. You think they have not benefited more from affirmative action.
Yes. Yes.
Uh, okay, so that would make you the negative. So you will be going first. Well, let me explain. Did you hear the rules, or should I explain them again?
No, it is fine. 7 minutes for both the those who are in favor and those who are in opposition. Is that the
All
rules?
right. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me
Okay.
go through them quickly again. There's 7 minute opening rounds. The negative goes first. The affirmative goes next. Then we have two rebuttal rounds, 5 minutes per debater. Then after that rebuttal, those two rebuttal rounds, we go into something called rapid fire. No clock, no referee, no moderator, mano a mano. Then after that, we go into something called closing statements, and then we go to the polls, and the audience decides who won the debate. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So 7 minutes on the clock. Opening statements. Contriver, pull the trigger.
Okay. Uh, well, first of all, I would like to, express my gratitude towards Good Mother for indulging me in this. Number two, there was actually a genetic study being done between the World War II veterans from America. This was explained in a video with Thomas Sowell, actually, because white and black World War II veterans from USA actually stayed back within the disintegrated Germany towards the western side of the Berlin Wall, and in that way, because they did not had a subculture of gangster rap or something, they actually were very much in terms of IQ level, their IQ was the same because they had to go through life in the same ways. Now, first of all, affirmative action or any kind of some sort of government quotas, as I call it. If government quotas are benefited to people who are quote unquote the marginalized sections of the society, or the EWS, economically weaker sections of the society, that could go to the economically weaker sections of the society, not one community as a whole. What is whatever is in the ambit of the laws in place, because this is all a game about government appraisal as well as government quotas. Now Asians are also actually saying that they want to have the same quotas which the black people have. And there was actually one TV interview which I was seeing, because it was the so-called black lawyer from Harvard University or somewhere. She was saying that it was still black and white, and the nuances that I was getting from the non-verbal cues, as they say, is that Asians actually are scoring higher in the test. The tiger moms are actually preparing their children better for the marks they are getting, and that is what it itself decides as to what is your competence level. Examination is what? A psychological test of any individual, as it was said by my own Indian teacher in India. So Even if you fail, you should try to get up, take your L, and try to, I'm not getting that appropriate word for it. You should try to score even higher the next time. There is no rule that you should be given some sort of a consolation prize because you are a minority. If minority appeasement is the only legitimate way for saying that there was slavery or something, then I should say that who sold these slaves in the first place? The black people or the white people? That is my opening statement. I will expunge on that.
All right, we're going to stop the clock, and when the clock gets stopped, the person who goes next they have the right to take that time. So, brother TVA, do you want that 3 minutes and 32 seconds?
No, I don't need that. I'm not even going to use all of my time.
All right. 7 minutes on the clock. Brother TVA, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Opening statements.
Okay, so the topic. Let's get clear on the topic, folks, because I mean I've had several debates lately, and people seem to have a problem with sticking to the topic. The topic is: did white America in general benefit more from affirmative action than other groups? Now, Good Mother's claim, and she stated this when I made the challenge. She stated this before I made the challenge. She stated that she believes that black women have benefited more from affirmative action and diversity programs than white people have, white women in particular. Okay, so I have a simple question. Since we understand what the topic is, my simple question is this: if the numbers show that white women have benefited more from affirmative action than black women, how do we come to that conclusion? Well, I got numbers, I got studies showing that white female employment rates in government jobs, management positions, a significant increase in white female CEOs. Since the 1960s, since white women have been considered a minority group, along with black people, along with Asians, along with Jewish people, they are considered a minority group in this country. White females have always been considered a minority group in this country since this was started. Okay, these are facts. So the question is, if the studies show that white women have benefited more from these programs than other groups, and if the numbers show that the vast majority of white females that get married end up marrying white males, then how do you not come to the conclusion that white people benefit more from these programs? If white females are getting more positions and higher paying positions than black women are because of these affirmative action programs, that means what? That means more white women getting more money. If you got more white women getting more jobs and the higher paying jobs, again, I talked about the management positions, CEOs, federal government positions, state government positions, political positions. In all of these sectors, white females have made significantly higher leaps than other groups of women because of affirmative action. But this is not just black women. White women have benefited more from affirmative action than the entire black race in this country combined. White women have benefited more from affirmative action than Asians. White females have benefited more from affirmative action than any other group in this country. And I'm going to show the study in the next come up. But the question is simple. I just want people to understand my question. If white women are getting more jobs and benefiting more from affirmative action than other groups, and if we can prove that white women end up marrying white men more than anyone else, then how do we not all come to the conclusion that white America benefits financially, which is really that's the only real benefit from affirmative action, financial benefit, access to resources. If most white women that are getting these jobs are ending up with white men, then by proxy, the white American community is benefiting more from these diversity programs than any other group. The same diversity programs that white America loves to whine about, those same diversity programs are the reason why white women are in these CEO positions. They're in a lot of these political positions. First female this, first female that. You hear it, you see it all the time. And again, the numbers don't lie. Prior to the 1960s, white women simply were not occupying these positions at this rate. You did not have all of these white female CEOs before the 1960s. Before what? Before white women were considered a minority. You did not have all of these white female governors and mayors and state legislators and federal legislators. You did not have all of these white women in all of these powerful positions in this country prior to the 1960s. Prior to what? Prior to them being considered a minority. So again, if we have white females getting more governor positions, mayor positions, judge positions, CEO positions, we got all these white women getting all these powerful positions. Who are these white women marrying? Where do those resources go? The resources that the white woman gets goes to white America. Again, the vast majority of white women marry white men. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying it's racist. There's nothing racist about that. There's not, hey, you should love you some white people. I love white love, and I love seeing white people being together. It's a great thing. I love it. Beautiful. But the fact remains, the numbers do not lie. Prior to the 1960s, prior to white people, white women in particular, white women being considered a minority group in this country, white women were not occupying the positions that we see them in now. And since the vast majority of white women end up with white men, white families, white kids, then that means that all of the resources that white women are getting from these affirmative action positions are going to the white community. Which means that at the end of the day, white America benefits more from affirmative action than any other group in this country. I'm done with my turn.
All right. That's going to end the opening statements. So now we go into the rebuttal rounds. 5 minutes on the clock. Contriver, sir, you are up. 5 minutes on the clock. Pull the trigger. This is the rebuttal round.
Okay. A couple of points I was scribbling when he was talking about white women, white women, white women, white women. Well, yeah, black women have benefited more than black men because they are counted as bloody double minority. Number one. Number two, white women are actually the backseat drivers of the intersectionality mafia, which was created by Kimberly Crenshaw, because within the social spheres of feminism, actually there was some sort of disparity or something which he cannot talk about because it is all about McQueens all the way. Number three, demography of white people are actually dying, so money does not matter. For example, Florida, because in South Florida and places like that, people are actually speaking Spanish. They are not speaking English. Number three, because their demography is dying. The whites English speaking population has actually died out, and white people are actually producing less children. Then what about these people getting all these quotas and whatnot? Number four, Latinos as a community even get less jobs as far as social stratification is concerned than black men. Then why do they have a community, and why do black people don't have a community? Number five, I'm all for destroying the affirmative action altogether, for white women, for black women, for any kind of women. People should get appraisal based on their own competence level. I'm an advocate for that. Number six, this whole shebang of the focus on actually white women, white women, white women is actually a political prop for getting the approval that you are some sort of, godfather of your community or something, which clearly people are not. And number 7, feminism, which is the case in point and the root cause for getting all these positions in power. And do you know what happens when white women get in these positions via the affirmative action? It is actually the black women who cheer for them, because they have an intersectionality mafia that silences people. But I know that he cannot delve deeper into that, because he is too scared to, displease some of the people in his own community. I don't know what is the case. He can tell better because he is a better judge of himself. I'll expunge on that.
Oh, brother TVA, do you want those 2 minutes and 27 seconds?
Oh yeah, I'll go ahead and grab it too. 'Cause we got to talk
All
about India since we want to talk about communities and stuff.
Okay, that's going to give you 7:27. Sorry, y'all. I'm not used to keeping the time, so just got to bear with me. Even took the night off. All right, 7:27 on the clock, brother TVA. You are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
Okay, well, for one, I just think it's funny when these foreigners talk about black community and black people, this hip hop culture and all this stuff. You cannot blame hip hop culture for the dysfunction that you see in India, sir. Cannot blame rap music for the dysfunction that you see in India. Okay, you got women being sexually assaulted all over the place. You got all kinds of terrorism going on over there. People bathing in camel piss and cow shit and cow piss. Okay, kids, people taking shits on the street. Okay, so let's not talk about community and values and all that sort of shit. Okay, let's not do that. All right, because the same thing I told the good mother, go talk to your people. Stop telling black people what we need to do. Go handle your people. Go talk to your people. Go fix your community. Okay. So having said that, I'm sorry if you're angry about the topic, sir, but this is the topic. The topic was if white people benefited more from affirmative action than other groups. That's the topic of the debate. I didn't come here to bash white people, sir. That's the topic of the debate. Okay. So, I mean, clearing that up for you, you didn't really speak on the topic much. Hey, that was expected. Brother X, can you go ahead and click that link for me? That link that I put in the let me see, did I put it in there? Oh no, I didn't. Hang on, let me put it in there. Damn, hang on 1 second. I'm gonna read this real quick for you guys. Give me 1 second. Damn, I gotta go grab it. Can you pause the clock? Do me a favor, pause the clock. Give me like 20 seconds to go grab it real quick because I'm on my tablet. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I posted it. All right, so if you go ahead and hit that link for me, man, and I'm gonna try to read through that as fast as I can. I have other links, but I don't think they will be necessary because I mean we're not really touching the topic at all from the other side. So Mr. G Dizzle, let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean, sir. You see it, our brother X?
It's like a bunch of code, man.
It's a Google. It's like a. Hang on a second. Let me get a better link up. Hang on.
Yeah, it's coming through. It's coming through as the code.
I know it's a long link. I think I need to maybe get the shorter link, because you know how sometimes like you click an article and it'll put the Google stuff in front of the link, and then but you may need to go get like the actual site.
Do me a favor. You got a wrench. Put it in the chat, and I'll see if I can bring it up through there. Because right now all it's showing is a bunch of code.
Okay, hang on. Let me grab it one more time.
Go ahead and put it in the chat, and I'll see if I can bring it up through there. And then I'll go ahead and share it. Hit that goddamn like button, you lazy Negroes and you lazy white folks. Hit that damn like button. Because if you don't, hit that damn like button, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Don't make me do it. I'll be standing over mama bed tonight. I'll be standing over mama bed tonight. She come running down in the basement where your room at. And she'd be like, oh, it's a man up there. You'd be like, what he look like? He's tall and, you know, he wears like these funny caps. You'd be like, oh, shit, that's just X. I forgot to like the damn video. Let me go do it right now because he might be back tomorrow. Brother T.V.A.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat. You see it?
Okay, let me see if I can bring it through. Oh, yeah, that's much better. All right, let me bring it over. Put it over here. Let me bring the clock down. Clock down. Let me share this now. All right, let me bring this up.
It's a Time magazine article.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that, man. I should have had the damn link. Should have had the damn link better prepared.
Okay, there it is.
All right, so I'm gonna read through it real quick, as fast as possible. But like I said, I don't think I'm gonna need anything more than this. In the coming days, the U.S. Supreme Court is expected to rule in a potentially landmark case on the constitutionality of affirmative action. The original lawsuit was filed on behalf of Abigail Fisher, a woman who claims that she was denied admission to the University of Texas because she is white. But study after study shows that affirmative action helps white women as much or even more than it helps men and women of color. Ironically, Fisher is exactly the kind of person affirmative action helps the most in America today. Originally, women weren't even included in legislation attempting to level the playing field in education and employment. The first affirmative action measure in America was an executive order signed by President Kennedy in 1961 requiring that federal contractors take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are employed and employees are treated during employment without regard to their race, creed, color, or national origin. In 1967, President Johnson amended this, and the subsequent measure included sex, recognizing that women also faced many discriminatory barriers and hurdles to equal opportunity. Meanwhile, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 only included sex in the list of prohibited forms of discrimination because the conservative opponents of the legislation hoped that including it would sway moderate members of Congress to withdraw their support for the bill. Still, in a nation where white women and black people were once considered property, not allowed to own property themselves and not allowed to vote, it was clear to those who were seeking fairness and opportunity that both groups faced monumental obstacles. While people of color individually and as groups have been helped by affirmative action in the subsequent years, data and studies suggest women, white women in particular, have benefited disproportionately. According to one study in 1995, 6 million women, the majority of them whom were white, had jobs they wouldn't have otherwise held but for affirmative action. Another study shows that women made greater gains in employment at companies that do business with the federal government. So remember I talked about government jobs as well, which are therefore subject to federal affirmative action requirements than in other companies, with female employment rising 15.2% at federal contractors, but only 2.2% elsewhere. And the women working for federal contractor companies also held higher positions and were paid better. Even in the private sector, the advancements of white women eclipse those of people of color. So remember, I said white women benefit more from affirmative action than all people. Okay, I'm not talking about just black women. I'm talking about black people. Okay, other groups as well. Okay. Even in the private sector, the advancements of white women eclipse those of people of color. After IBM established its own affirmative action program, the numbers of women in management positions more than tripled in less than 10 years. Data from subsequent years show that the number of executives of color at IBM also grew, but not nearly at the same rate. The successes of white women make a case for not for abandoning affirmative action, but for continuing it. As the numbers in the Senate and the Fortune 500 show, women still face barriers equal to participation in leadership roles. Of course, the case for continuing affirmative action for people of color is even greater. The median wealth of white households is 20 times that of black households. Okay, and they brought this up. Okay, you can read the article for yourselves, look at the studies for yourselves. The reason they brought this up is because this is directly tied to white wealth. If you have white women getting management positions at Fortune 500 companies, getting CEO positions, getting these high-paying government jobs because of affirmative action, and because most white women end up with white men, that money, all of those financial resources that they are getting from all of these positions that they're getting from affirmative action, all of those financial resources are going to white America. So I'm sorry to the South Asian guy. He's making a valiant effort, but he did not make his point. He didn't prove good mother's position. Okay, and he's whining about these diversity programs, and he's whining about how I'm assuming he thinks it's anti-white or something. I'm showing you how this actually benefits white people. Okay, you're thinking I'm up here to bash white people. I'm just up here to prove that the same programs, the same SJWism, the same liberalism, the same communist diversity programs, the same feminist diversity programs, the same affirmative action programs that they're whining about, white America as a whole benefits more. If you got more white money coming into the white community, that's more money that you can put into your schools, put into your roads, into the infrastructure in your communities. This benefits you. So the white community constantly whining about affirmative action when statistically you can quantifiably show that the white community actually benefits more from affirmative action than other groups. I just think it's laughable that that most white Americans are unfortunately just ignorant.
All right. 5 minutes on the clock. This is going to be the last of the rebuttal rounds. Driver, you are up. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, y'all. Driver, you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Well, hold on. hold on. The damn clock fucking up, y'all. Oh, well, actually, I'm probably the one fucking up, but hold on. I don't know why this keeps doing this. Hold on, y'all. why this is doing this. Stop and reset it. Might have to stop and reset it. All right, here we are. 5 minutes on the clock. Contriver, pull the trigger, sir. You are up.
Number one, if anyone is saying that they want to destroy affirmative action, I am all for it. I would be elated if the black community as a whole says to destroy affirmative action as a whole completely, not for black women, not for white women, for any woman, for any person, for any individual as a whole. Number two, if I agree with the village arsonist on this issue, would he move forward and tell us what his the entire agenda is? Number three, he listed a couple of problems regarding terrorism in India, or men raping women or something. Well, I don't want to get into that because I have a huge arsenal to unleash on him, and he also knows that. People who shitting in the streets or something. Now, I mean, the sheer connivance that I see, the epitome of connivance, that as and when he wants to become some sort of an quote unquote American, he becomes an American, but otherwise he wants to divide the communities as a whole and say that only white women are benefiting from affirmative actions. So he thinks that he is an American, but also don't want to recognize his American identity, because then he would be more pluralistic in his thought process rather than being colorblind. And still, he wants to avail black benefits of being, an African American origin individual. I mean, there is some sort of cognitive dissonance. I don't know what it is. It is his choice. It is his own freedom. Uh, he also said that talk to your people. Right now, to Good Mother or some other people, even me, talk to your own people. Well, why are you not talking to your own people? Because the minute you say anything regarding affirmative action or destruction of affirmative action, you would be lynched on the streets by your own black women. And you also know that, because it is not a problem of affirmative action or diversity quota hires as a whole. It is actually a problem about the state enforcing their rights and destroying the family unit, which is the basis on which any community is built. White people don't have a community, black people don't have a community, Latinos might have it, but white and black people don't have a community as a whole. Number three, uh, median income of a black man, if I'm not mistaken, is around $42,000 of an average black man, and they are around 6% or 6.5% of the entire population of 335 million plus people. There are further more coming in through H1B visas and tech guys like me. But if the white women is at fault, or the quote unquote evil empire, then what you would say about the government? I know people cannot say this about the government because it would be in complete contradiction to their own self-interest. Because this is the minority tactic that you need to take some deal out of it, like the African American origin community used to vote for Republican Party till the 30s, and the parties actually the people switched back and started voting Democrat, because there were some perquisites and benefits that were given to them. So, I mean, if the communities are for a sellout, then why do individual businessmen of all a stature of Mr. TVA has to, butt in and talk about white women as a whole? I mean, you live in the same country. Do you want your business to prosper or not? I'll expunge on that.
I'm letting it run out. All right, brother TVA. The last of the rebuttal rounds. 5 minutes on the clock. You are up, sir. Pull the trigger.
Okay, well, I didn't come here to debate the average income of American men and all that shit, which I think the average income of black men in this country is actually like 35,000 or something like that. I think the average income of white guys is like 42,000 or something like that. So it's not much of a difference. But I don't see what the point is. The point is, my point is very simple. I'm trying to make it very simple because I'm tired of people saying I'm off topic and shit. I get so sick of that. My point is very simple. If white females are getting more positions than other groups, if you have significantly more females in CEO positions, political positions, management positions, all of these positions, right? If you can show that white women gained significantly more positions because of affirmative action since they have been considered a minority since the 60s. And then if you can show that the majority of white women marry white men, then you would have to come to the conclusion that white people in general benefit more from affirmative action than other groups. Showing me Keisha getting jobs at the DMV, showing me that you can't show me black people in any significant number of high-paying, powerful positions in this country because of affirmative action. You can't show me that. That's not so you can't say that black people are the ones benefiting. And I'm not saying black people haven't benefited at all. Of course, you can show numbers showing an increase in employment for black women and black people in general after affirmative action. Of course, you can show that. But what I'm tired of hearing from a lot of my fellow conservatives is that somehow white America is being destroyed by affirmative action. I get so sick of hearing these white boys whining about how they missed out on a job because of affirmative action. Wait a minute. So now we can pull the race card. So I can't say I didn't get a job because I was black, but you can say you didn't get a job because you were white. When you may have 5,000 slots and they put 50 to the side and say, look, we're going to look for qualified, because that's another myth. This myth that it happens sometimes, but this myth that affirmative action is all about just grabbing whatever black person, whatever, no matter if they're qualified, that's a fucking lie. Like, for instance, the story that article spoke of at the very beginning, if you look into that case, that white girl that sued that university, there were black people that were more qualified than her that got left out. There were plenty of black people that were way more qualified than the white girl that sued that did not get in. So I'm having trouble understanding how, and again, these same people, by the way, these same fellow conservatives will claim that black people are lazy and don't want to work and we don't want to go to school. Well, which one is it? I keep asking this question too, by the way. Which one is it? Are black people taking all the jobs from affirmative because of affirmative action, or are we sucking up all the welfare? Which one is it? I'm not understanding how we're doing both. And if we're doing both, then you can't. I mean, don't they kind of void each other out? We're taking up all the jobs. Okay, well then we're paying all the tax dollars, right? We must be, since we're taking up all the jobs somehow in this imaginary fantasy land where black people are just getting all the jobs because of affirmative action. And you got all these poor qualified white people just sitting over to the side that can't find jobs. Okay, let's live in that fucking fantasy land. Well, if that's the fantasy land that we live in, then you can't say that black people are sucking up all the welfare too. So I need you guys to make your minds up on that. Okay, well, if it's 50-50, then they void each other out. If we're getting all these jobs and we're getting all this welfare, okay, well, then we're paying taxes, so shut the fuck up about the welfare. How about that? So, be that as it may, bottom line is my argument is simple. I haven't heard much of a rebuttal. He's really all over the place. I mean, I thank him for even jumping up here to take her place, but I still need someone to answer my question. If we're showing that white women have gotten a significant number of these jobs, of these positions because of affirmative action, and we can show that the majority of white women end up with white men, how do we not come to the conclusion that white people in general benefit financially from this?
All right. That is going to end the rebuttal rounds. We are now going to go into rapid fire. And like I said, rapid fire, there is no clock. There is no moderator. It is just mono e mono. Being that we have the good mother here, do you want her to be part of the rapid fire, TVA? Brother TVA, I will leave it up to
Sure,
you.
she can jump in if she wants.
I would
All
like
right.
to, sorry for interjecting, sir. I would like to actually,
Don't be interjecting up here. Go ahead.
sorry. I mean, it is your show. I apologize. Can I just, press on some of the points which
Well,
TVA
you can
mentioned?
hold on. Rapid
Okay.
fire. There's no clock. There's no time. That y'all just go at it. All right,
Okay.
y'all go at it. So, being that we left off with brother TVA in the rebuttal round, you get to start off rapid fire. Go ahead, pull the trigger. This is rapid fire. You got it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. TVA, can you tell us, are you in favor of dismantling affirmative action once and for all people? Yes or
Yes.
no? I'm in favor of that. So at least we are in agreement of that. That is a good thing. And
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, I'm in favor of that.
Right. But
Dismantle.
my problem is, how are the people that benefit the most from affirmative action shitting on it the most? That's what I'm not understanding. I'm just sick and
Oh,
tired of hearing white America whining about affirmative action so much, pretending like they don't see all these white women getting all these fucking jobs and positions, and acting
uh-huh.
like these white women aren't coming home to white men. So
I would tell
how are
you.
we not seeing these white female CEOs making millions of dollars on Wall Street?
I
So
would tell you
where
why.
are those millions going? Those millions of dollars are going into the white community. These white female
I
CEOs
would.
aren't marrying black men.
Okay, I would tell you why. Because first of all, you are assuming, you are jumping to a conclusion with a preconception that they are actually marrying. Do you know what is the marriage rate in United States of
Sorry, okay.
America?
I'm talking. Okay, out of the small percentage of the ones that get married, like I understand it's dwindling, but it's
No,
especially
it
when we're
is
talking
crumbling like a pack of cards. Yes.
back since white women were considered a minority, back since the '60s, marriage in the white community has been basically around 80 to 60-ish%. I mean, that's a good chunk of white people getting married. So let's not pretend like it's in the teens. I mean, there's a good number of white people getting married.
What is the divorce rate?
I understand the divorce rate, but my
No,
question
no, no,
is,
no.
if,
But
if
you did
these are
not
white
mention it.
women,
You did not notice it. You did not consider it. Why did you not?
what does that have to do with where the resources are going? When these white women get these jobs, they're marrying white
I
men.
would.
Yeah, they may get divorced, but that money is going to the white community.
Okay, can I give you an answer? Shall I? Because the jobs are not going to white women and white communities. These are being outsourced to places like Philippines, Taiwan, India, Bangladesh, all these places. And I would tell you why. I would give you an example from your own legal standpoint. You ask one Juris Doctor graduate from Thompson's River University or Harvard or Oxford, do you know that most of your legal work is now being done by Indian lawyers from India? Because If an American lawyer actually charges you $1,000 per hour, that is the tariff, normal tariff, an Indian would charge you $200 per hour and give you the same results regarding your petitions or affidavit or anything, according to the English common law. That are all prepared. There are firms in India, legal firms in India, which are doing America's work. The jobs are being outsourced. There are no jobs in America right now.
Yeah,
There are only headquarters.
that's happening. That's happening more and more now. That's happening more and more now. But I'm talking about from the 60s, from the 60s up until the year 2000. From the 60s up until 2000. Okay.
Okay.
White women,
for 40 years.
white women were getting significantly more positions. The amount of white female CEOs, politicians, governors, mayors, in all of these sectors, white female representation rose significantly. This is numbers. Are you denying this?
No, I'm saying that what is your position from 60s to 2000s? Let us just say that it ends at 2009, for example, because of the late 2000s or whatever. Now, since 2010 to 2022, for 12 years, do you have some sort of grievance redressal or something? Do you have any grievance?
My grievance is white America whining about affirmative action programs that they ultimately benefit the most from. That's my ultimate issue.
Well,
I agree we can take it away, but I just want more white people like Good Mother when they're going around on these panels with these cool ass niggas shucking and jiving and tap dancing and telling their little nigga jokes and kikiing and hee-hawing about black folks. I need you guys to mention the fact that there's a whole lot of white people benefiting from this shit too. Let's stop pretending like these affirmative action programs are just handouts for the colors.
These are idiots who are saying that they are benefiting right now, just like there are some black idiots who are saying that.
White women are still benefiting a lot from it.
White women are still benefiting right now.
Yeah, white women are still there are a lot of white women in positions right now that they would not be in if it were not for affirmative action. Yes. And we both know that.
No, they are not. Who is the CEO of Twitter?
The CEO of what?
Who is the CEO?
Dude, let's not start naming random corporations and shit. I'm talking about in general. Right now, there are lots of white females in positions that they would not be in if it were not for affirmative action.
And they are taken on a ride for what?
They're taking what now?
They are taken on a ride by the government for what?
I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? What?
I'm saying that somehow the government came to know since 1919 when they gave women the right to vote, and after that prohibition and whatnot happened, and that gave rise to
I'm talking about since white females have been considered a minority, not since they could vote, but since white women have been considered a minority. That's what I'm talking about, and that's been since the 60s. So since the 60s up until now, white female representation in all sectors, even the military, police departments. Are you kidding me? We don't hear about all these fitness tests where you got the women's fitness test and then you got the men's fitness test. Oh yeah, in all sectors, white females, women period, yes, have benefited from affirmative action, yes. But if we're talking about the female demographic in particular, among females, white females benefited significantly more from affirmative action programs than all groups, but in particular, other groups of women. So seeing as that's the case, if you have significantly more white women getting jobs because of affirmative action, that means what? More white women are getting money. If more white women are getting money, And most white women marry white men and have white
No,
families.
this is where
That
you are
all
wrong.
of those financial
This
resources
is
that
where you
those
are
white
wrong.
females are
This
getting
is where you are
from those
wrong.
jobs are going
Look,
where,
look,
sir?
look. If
Is
you
it going
want
to
to,
the Indian community?
if you want to have a decibel match, I can match you in every way, shape, or form. Okay, so don't try with me, which you try with other people. First of all, number two, listen to the
Don't try
other
that
chap.
hurry up and buy shit. Don't try that hurry up and buy shit. I'm not in your convenience store. This is a debate. All right, you can't kick me out. You can't call police. Okay, don't try that shit. We're having a debate. Don't get offended. Okay,
So listen
I'm
to
just
the other
saying.
chap as well.
Since
Listen
white
to the other chap as
females,
well. I said
okay,
listen to the other chap as well. First of
are
all,
you
you
are
had
you
your
are
say.
you
You
are
had your
you
say or not?
denying? Are you now? He's angry.
You had your say or not?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir. Now let me. Because this mere assumption
I
that
hope you don't
white
talk to your
women.
customer service customers like this, man.
Oh, really? Isn't that racist?
I'm just saying. I hope you don't. I hope you don't. I hope you know.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
get on the customer.
Yeah, we come in all
Well,
ways,
now you
shapes, and
said some
forms.
bull. Now you said some bullshit about black people earlier. Now don't play innocent. But look, like I said, I'm asking a simple question: are you denying that white women have gotten significantly more positions since the 1960s? Are you denying that? We're in agreement, because I hear lots of conservatives whining about this. All these red pill white guys whining about, oh, feminism and liberalism and all this shit, handouts to women. So I hear you guys whining about the shit. But what I don't hear is anyone acknowledging that those resources that these white women are getting is coming back to the white community.
No, this is where you
They're
are
benefiting from it.
completely wrong. You are completely wrong.
I'm completely wrong. Where's the money
Yes.
going then? All these white women getting these jobs because of affirmative action since the 60s. Where's that money going?
First of all, you are a damn minority. You are a
Where's
damn
the money?
minority.
Where's
You
the
are a
money
damn
going?
minority.
Sir?
Listen to the other chap. Thanks a lot. Number one, first of all, white people are actually majority settlers within the United States of amnesia. Whether you like it or not, they are not going to just, Thanos snapped away.
What?
Number two, they are majority demography wise in this country.
I'm talking about white females, sir, not white people. Well, when we're
No,
talking
because
about
your
we're
whole
talking about
assumption is
white females. Okay.
your whole assumption is that money is going to the white community because there is no community as a whole, because the marriages are
No,
not
okay.
happening,
That
because
money
they
is
are
going
still
to
the
white
majority, so you
communities.
don't see the chinks in their
That money
armors.
is
But
going.
this is
That
the
money is
fault.
going
This
to
is your
mostly
fault
white
because
schools,
you don't have a
white
community of your
neighborhoods,
own. That is why
roads,
you
and
want to.
white
That is
communities.
why you
That's where
want
it's
to.
going.
That is why you want to slander other people, because you cannot have
I'm
a
not. I'm not.
community
I'm
of
not.
your
I'm
own
not slandering
because of the
anyone, sir.
aftermath of feminism, and that is where you are. That is who you are. You
I'm
can
not. I'm
only
not
just slander
slandering
other
anyone,
people.
sir.
If you want me to match you in decibel levels,
Listen,
trust me,
lower your
you
voice,
are
or I
not
will have
going
you
to. You
deported.
are going.
Lower
You
your
are nowhere
voice,
near
or
to
I will
me.
call
You are not
immigration.
going to.
Is your
Okay, so
visa
don't
up,
overtalk
sir?
me.
I need to see the expiration date on your visa right now,
Oh
because
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
in
like your
Canada.
tone. You're
I'm in
being very
Canada. I'm in
disrespectful,
Canada.
sir. No,
I'm
no,
in
you're
Canada.
not. You're in
I'm in
Canada.
Canada.
That's even
I'm in
worse.
Canada.
That's
You
even
are in
worse.
United States of
Okay,
amnesia.
I got you. I got buddies in
I
Canada,
got
buddy.
you. I got you. What I
I
got
can
you,
get
huh?
you. I
Huh?
can get you, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
pack your
I can
shit.
guess you, man. I can guess you. You don't want to
Your
run
ass
your
is going
business?
back to
You
motherfucking
don't want to run your
Mumbai
business?
tomorrow.
Your
Hey,
bloody
you guys-
business?
you guys-
Motherfucking ass is going back to
Yeah.
Mumbai next week. Watch.
Hey,
Watch.
Do that. Do that.
on a
Do
minute.
that. If you have the guts to
I'm
do
gonna have
that.
that motherfucking goat farm you have shut down, and your motherfucking ass is going back to Mumbai next week.
Do
What
that.
you have to say,
Do that.
good mother?
Do
Did you want
that.
to say
Do
something? I'm
do
sorry.
that if you have the guts to do that. Do that. Do that. Fucking
I
nigger
need to
coming
talk to
here
your
and telling
supervisor.
me
I need
all.
to talk to your supervisor.
Can you guys
So
you guys
so
we're getting to a
don't
really good point.
mother just a second. Mother just a second. Don't intervene. Don't intervene.
He's got to
These
show
people
out for you.
actually,
No, there's a white woman in the room, good mother. He's got to show out. He's got to show out for you.
No, you
He's
did
got to
this.
show his.
your
He's got to
your
show how
people show
alpha
off.
he is.
Your people show
I'm an
off your
alpha.
Mandingo syndrome. Your
I'm
people are
telling you,
suffering from
man. You
Mandingo
niggas go
syndrome.
crazy when there's a white woman in the room, man.
No,
God
it is
damn.
not about the white women, and I'm not a Captain Save a Ho, by the way.
Yeah.
It is your people who are
Man, that's what you've been
laughing in
sounding
front
like,
of
sir.
Mac Queens.
When is the last time you defended an Indian woman this much, bro? Have you ever defended an Indian woman like you've done, good mother tonight? Have you ever jumped up and defended the honor of an Indian woman in your life?
Never. And I would never do that.
No, he would never do that. That's a damn shame. Well, you did it for her tonight, sir, and I salute you, brother. But you didn't bring forth much of an argument.
Oh
man.
yeah.
My point is very simple. My point is very simple.
So when you are going to,
I disagree with affirmative action. I disagree with affirmative action.
So do I.
Okay, good. So we agree there. Okay, but we're disagreeing on the facts. The fact is that since its inception, affirmative action has benefited white America more than anyone else. I'm not faulting them.
That is way in the past. That is way in the past.
It's been since the 60s.
So
that's not that far away.
You are suffering from dementia.
For the last 50 plus years, billions of dollars have gone into the white American community as a result of affirmative action. As a result of white women getting significantly more powerful and good paying positions.
Where is the white American community right now, sir? Where is it right now? Are they having any children?
Yeah, they're having good.
No, they are not. You see the birth rates of the
if they're not, is that my fault? If they're not, is that my fault?
Yes.
How's that my fault?
Because you subscribe to these.
I need to make I should make white people want to fuck each other. That's my fault.
Yes.
Like, how's that my fault?
Yes. I would tell you how it is your fault, because you subscribe to all these talking points of intersectionality and feminism.
So I'm hurting white people's feelings and I'm making them hate themselves, and so now they don't want to fuck each other because of my anti-white rhetoric.
Yes,
you're perpetuating an ideology that is destructive to our entire society.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry, good mother. I'm sorry. I'm pushing white people to not want to have sex with each other and have babies.
No. You are pushing for something called cultural
Marxism.
And
I am to blame for white people's numbers going down because I hurt their fucking feelings when I come online. That's amazing. Somehow my rhetoric is affecting white people having sex.
You are enunciating.
Then whose fault is it, sir, since you wanted to bring it up? Because you're on Team Save White People. Whose fault is it that whites aren't having sex and having babies?
Points which you try with everyone.
Who is stopping white people from having babies?
You.
I'm stopping white people from having babies. How?
Yes. Your mere existence is stopping them from having children. Now go and do something about it.
Man, I'm telling you, it's amazing how colonized the colored people of the world are. Some of you people are so colonized.
Oh yes. You are not American. You are not American when it comes to your.
Here we have an Indian crying
God.
about white people not having babies. So hey, why don't you do this, buddy? Why don't you stand on the corner out there in Canada with a sign? Why don't you stand out there on the corner in Canada with a sign that says we need white babies? Why don't you do that?
I'm talking about demography, which you don't want to get into because it would hurt your own self-interests.
How?
Because you don't have a demography of your own. You don't have a demography of your own.
How do I? What do you mean I don't have a demographic? I'm not black.
The root cause
I'm not black. That's not a demographic. Black American is not a demographic.
No, because you are not having enough children. You are not.
That doesn't
married.
mean we're not a demographic. Okay. I haven't seen those numbers, by the way. I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers that black people aren't having enough kids. But yeah, I don't really give a fuck about that. The topic was affirmative action. So I mean, do we agree? I mean, we agree that affirmative action needs to go away, but we just can't come to the conclusion on the numbers. I just can't get you to acknowledge the numbers.
I don't want to acknowledge the
If
numbers.
you've got if
I'm
you
all
have
for
look, this
dismantling.
is one
I'm
plus
all
one
for
equals two.
dismantling.
If
I'm
you have
all for
significantly
dismantling.
more white
I'm
women
all
getting
for
positions because of
dismantling.
affirmative
I'm
action,
all for
that means they're getting
dismantling.
more money.
I'm all for dismantling. I'm all for
If
dismantling
they're
the
getting more
affirmative
money, then that
action
money's going
plan.
to the white American community. It's very simple.
No, it is not going to the white
Okay, so
American
then where's the
community
money
because
going?
they are not having
Where's the
children.
when a white woman
Demography
gets
is
her
dying out.
paycheck? Where does that money go?
Demography is
Does
dying
she
out.
go spend it with the black
Demography is
community?
dying out. Demography is dying out. Whether of black people, whether of white people. Just like in Florida, people speak Spanish. They don't speak English.
I don't
Why?
know what the
Because
fuck
the
that has to do
white
with affirmative
speaking or
action.
black English speaking demography has died out. But you don't want to recognize that because you are suffering from some cognitive dissonance. I don't know what is the fault with you.
Okay. Well, again, I want to say I'm sorry to the white people. Apparently, I'm pushing you to not have babies, but I don't know what the fuck that has to do with affirmative action. So I've clearly won this debate.
It has
I
everything
really
to do with
appreciate you
every
guys coming
government
out.
policy. It
I
has
appreciate the
everything to do.
attempt.
It
This
has
was really
everything to
fun,
do with every
but the
government
numbers don't lie,
policies
guys.
that
And we
actually
can do this back and forth shit
incentivizes
all night, but the numbers don't
disintegration of
lie. One
families.
plus one equals
It
two.
has
If
everything
you
to
can
do
show
with
that white
governmental
women are getting
policies that
significantly more jobs
incentivizes
because of affirmative
disintegration of
action,
nuclear
that money's
families.
going
It
somewhere.
has everything
These
to
are
do
just
with
facts, sir.
it.
I
It
don't know
has
what you're
everything.
arguing against.
It has everything to do with
What does white
disintegration
people not
of
having
families
babies have to do
and
with
the
affirmative
government
action,
schemes
dude?
that advocate for that. It has everything to do with government schemes that advocate for disintegration of nuclear families.
Governments? Who runs
Black,
the
white,
government?
Hispanic,
Who runs the
Asian, doesn't
government?
matter.
Who
Feminists.
But
runs the
the fact of
government?
the matter is
Feminists.
that
Who
you are
runs the
one of those sick
If
people
I look at
who
the US
actually
government,
want
I
to,
see a whole lot of white people in those
just
positions,
kind of
sir.
give your
Feminists.
I
own
see a whole
non-verbal
lot of white
cues
people
to your own
in
damn
positions of
people
power in the
and
American
debate on
government.
this fact
So are
and
you
prove to
suggesting that a
themselves to your
government
own
full of white
community that you
people
are some sort of good guy that is your
there's a
fault. It has
conspiracy
everything to do
by a
with the
government full of
advocate
white
for
people to
government
wipe white
schemes
people
for
out? That's what you're
disintegration of
claiming?
nuclear families.
Ladies
It
and
has
gentlemen,
everything to do with governmental
apparently
schemes to
there's
advocate
a
for
bunch of white
disintegration
people
of
in the
families.
US government that hate white people apparently. That's the new conspiracy now. Is that what you're saying? Because that's
It
what I
has
see.
everything to do with
Who runs
governmental
the
schemes
American government?
to
Do black
advocate
people
for
do it?
disintegration
Do
of
black
black
people
and white
control the
families.
government, sir?
It has everything to do with
Feminists.
governmental
Do black
schemes
people
to advocate
feminism
for
controls the
disintegration
government?
of white and black
Feminists.
families. That is the
Feminism
case.
controls the government.
Feminists.
Yes. Yes.
Feminists
And you
control.
cannot recognize that because
And
it would
who
hurt
runs
your own
feminism? Who controls the
self-interest.
feminist movement?
The
Feminists.
government. The government.
Individuals from
If I go to the National Organization of Women's website right now and I look at who's running shit, what are the pictures going to look like? Is it going to be a bunch of black women, Asian women? What am I going to see?
Oh yeah, you are going to see some of the Asian and black
I'm going
women
to see a
over
bunch
there
of white
via
women, right? I'm going to see
intersectionality.
a bunch of
You are
white
going to
females,
see
right?
you are
I'm going
going
to see
to
a
see
bunch of
black
white
females. You are
females
going to see
running
black
these feminist
females. You are
organizations,
going to
right?
see black
hold
females.
on,
You are
hold on,
going to see black females
So
subscribing
at
to
the
that
end of the
idea.
day,
You
hold
are
it
on.
going
comes
to
back
see
to
black
white.
females
So you want to whine
subscribing to
about the
that
government
idea.
being
You are going to
anti-white?
see black
Well, the
females
government's run by white
subscribing to
people, sir.
that
So I don't know
idea.
what to tell
You are
you.
going to see black females
You need to
subscribing
go
to that
ask
idea.
why that
Crenshaw,
government
Google
full of
it.
white people
Kimberly
wants to kill
Crenshaw,
white people.
Google
I don't
it.
know.
Kimberly Crenshaw, Google it. Kimberly Crenshaw, Google it. Google it, damn it. Before you utter a damn
Who
nonsensical
who
word.
who's Kimberly Crump? What?
She was a black woman who invented the term intersectionality. Google it.
She invented into okay, but who has the power to actually spread the message? Do black women control the media? Do black women
Yes.
control Twitter? Do
Yes.
black women control Facebook? Do black women control these cable networks? Do
All
black people control any piece of media in this country?
All women.
You people
So you
are
can
so
say that a black woman came up with a
people are so
word, but who's
powerless that
responsible
you
for
don't
spreading
even
the
control
message,
your own
bro?
communities.
Women.
You people are so powerless that you
Okay,
don't
so
even
you're
have a
saying
community.
women. Okay, so among this group of feminist women, who's running shit? Let's tell the truth here. I mean,
Black and white
we're gonna
women.
pretend like
Black and white
it's
women.
black
Black
American
and
women
white
running
women.
the show in
Black and white
feminism, right?
women. Black and
It's
white
feminists.
women. Black and white women. black and white
white
women.
women started feminism,
Black and
sir.
white women.
White
And
females started
black
that
women
movement.
subscribe to that
And
ideology.
white
And
females
black
are
women
running that movement.
subscribe to
That's
that
the truth.
ideology. And
Okay,
black
and who
women
are the
subscribe
powerful
to
black
that
women? Who are the
ideology.
powerful black
And
feminists
black
out there?
women subscribe to that ideology. You
Who
don't
are
want
the
to consider that
powerful,
fact
rich,
because
wealthy
it
black
would hurt
feminists
your own
out there, sir?
self-interest. You don't want to consider that
So
fact
can you show
because
me
it would
the
hurt
black
your own
feminists on media
self-interest. You
networks?
black women subscribe to
Can
feminism.
you
You
show me the
ask
black
any black
feminists
women
on
in
media
America, they
networks?
subscribe to
Other than the
feminism.
fucking Oprah
It
channel.
doesn't matter who originated it. White women are suffering, black women are suffering. There is no white community, there is no black community. But for you to sit there and suggest that
How are white
only
women
and only
suffering?
white women
What
are,
are white women suffering from?
at the giving end,
And
and
who's
we
making them
black
suffer?
community as a whole are at the receiving end,
Who's making
or
white women
we are not
suffer
at
in
the
this country,
help
bro?
of affairs, that is your problem.
I can't get my questions answered.
All right.
I
That's
can't get
going
my
to
questions answered.
end the rapid fire round. Now we go into closing statements. We started off with Contriver, so we'll be leading the closing statements off with brother T.V.A. Let's see here. 7 minutes on the clock. Brother T.V.A., you are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
Okay, well, like I said, this was fun. You know, I really enjoyed it, but I'm sticking to the original question. It's a very simple question. I've shown that white females have gained significant ground since the 1960s because of affirmative action. You can look at the numbers. State political positions, federal government positions, military, police, management positions, CEOs on Wall Street, you name it, since white females have been considered a minority since the 60s. White females have gained significant representation in all sectors in this country. In all sectors, even STEM, even the STEM field. Now, of course, it varies as to how much, but in general, since white females have been considered a minority group, right along with black people, right along with the other minority groups, white females have been considered a minority group since the 60s. They have gained significant representation in all sectors in this country. So having said that, we've come to that conclusion. So what does that mean? That means you've got a whole lot more white women in powerful, well-paying positions. They're getting paid, right? Okay, so that money's going somewhere. Okay, so if you got most of these white women getting this money, marrying white men, starting white families, living in white neighborhoods, sending their kids to white schools, their tax dollars are going to white schools, their tax dollars are going to infrastructure within the white community. The white community in and of itself thus benefits from this money. It's very simple. This is not something you can argue unless you can prove that white women have not gained significant representation in all of these fields. And if you're going to tell me that black women have gained more than white women, then please show me the significantly higher number of black women CEOs than there are white women. You should be able to show me more black female CEOs. You should be able to show me more black female governors, more black female mayors, more black female legislators. You should be able to show me that there are more black women in these positions than white women, if you are going to argue that black females have benefited more from affirmative action than white women have. You cannot fucking show me that. Period. Where in this country are there more black female governors than white female governors? Where are there more black female state legislators and white female legislators? Where in this country? Where are there more black female judges than white female judges? I don't mean a specific town or what. I'm talking about in general. In this country. Show me the study that shows that. Show me the numbers. I need to see the numbers. I need to see where there are more black female police officers, where there are more black female CEOs, where there are more black females in management positions than white females. I mean, you got to be able to show me the numbers that show this. This should be quantifiable. If you're saying that black females have benefited more from affirmative action, then you should be able to show me a significantly higher number of black females in said positions than white women. It's very fucking simple. Since you can't fucking show me that, and I can show you the direct opposite, I can show you significantly more white female CEOs, white females in management positions since the 1960s. And if you're arguing that this is because white women are more qualified, then tell me why this started during the 60s. Tell me why you don't see all these white females in all these positions prior to them being considered a minority group. Since you're arguing that it's simply because these white women are just super qualified. All these qualified white women just popped up out of nowhere since the fucking 60s. It's bullshit. So women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie. Niggas can call me what they want, but again, I like to keep it simple for a reason. A simple, solid argument stance. And I have not gotten anyone to give me a good rebuttal. If you've got, let me say it one more time before I wrap it up. If you've got significantly more white women being represented in all sectors, again, whether it's CEOs, management positions, the military, the police departments, political positions, and all sectors, since white females have been considered a minority group, it can be shown that they have gained significantly more representation in these fields. So since we can establish that, why am I arguing that white America as a whole has benefited more from affirmative action? Why am I saying that? Why are you saying that, TVA? Why aren't you just saying white females? Well, because who do white females typically marry? Where do white females typically live? They typically live in white communities. They marry white men. That's not a problem. I'm not saying that's wrong. That has nothing to, right or wrong has nothing to do with my fucking argument. I'm talking about numbers. If the majority of white females end up with white men and live in the white community, so their tax dollars are going to white schools, white infrastructure, or in white communities, white fire departments, then that means that the financial benefits that white females have gotten from affirmative action, from all of these positions, from this significant jump in representation in said positions, that money is going to the community that they live in, that they work in, the men that they marry, the schools that their children go to. So then we have to come to the conclusion that if white females benefited the most from affirmative action, then white America has benefited the most from affirmative action. And that's where the fuck my argument comes from. And I can't be much more clear than that. I really can't. I'm done.
All right. Contriver, 7 minutes
sir.
on the clock. You are
Okay.
up, sir. Closing statements. Pull the trigger.
Sorry. Okay. Number one, my answer for your question is dismantle affirmative action today as we speak. I actually, this affirmative action or any government policy that actually incentivizes these feminism and Marxism talking points, which has led to disintegration of families, white, black, whatever. I'm colorblind in my approach, which would help most of the people because these are legislative changes. These are not specific to any particular minority or a sub community of the West. So I'm very colorblind in my approach because all these affirmative action plans should have went to the black man, because he would had been the breadwinner in the home. Now the government is very conniving. The government is always tyrannical, like 1984 George Orwellian kind of a dystopian reality. Government is not benefiting from strong families as a whole. White, black doesn't matter. And that is why they would keep on pushing this cultural Marxism or whatever narrative. I'm not a conservative. Because there are many faults of conservatives as well, including the blue-eyed boy of Ronald Reagan, who actually implemented on something called a no-fault divorce for protecting women and children. How are you protecting families if you can do that? And the conservatives need to answer for that. I'm not a pseudo conservative or something. I'm all for patriarchy, because that good old patriarchy actually builds civilizations. Women think that all these men are rapists, including black men. Was not Emmett Till lynched? Was not the Black Wall Street destroyed because a woman lied? Now you want to get into the color of that, but you don't want to recognize that even someone like Mike Tyson also has faced charges because some woman falsely accused him of violating her. Because when it is convenient for you, you become an American. When it is convenient for you, you become a black person. I mean, there is some sort of cognitive dissonance which I am trying to see. And since you are talking about white families, I am saying white families are non existent, because there is no white community as a whole. Right now they are in majority, because once they die out within 20 to 25 years, for example, in the 1960s or the 50s, nobody would have thought that they would have to open up their immigration process for other countries to hire their cheap labor and workers who would come in and do some sort of blue collar jobs in your country, like the Mexicans and the Latinos. Why it is happening? Because all the jobs of these multinational corporations are being outsourced. They don't want to pay an American worker the same kind of job. And you are talking about white women marrying white men? They are putting their children in dresses. They are putting their boys in dresses. And you know who is cheering for them? Black women. Jada Pinkett Smith cheering for RuPaul and the Drag Race. So don't tell me that your community is not affected by feminism just because you have some sort of a holier than thou approach towards yourself as a businessman. Number seven, majority demography is still a white, but they are going to die out. And Canada is the prime example. I have come here as a worker, but I don't want anyone to come here as well, and I'm going back within 2 years. I'm wrapping up and I'm going back to India and live with my parents in the evening of their life. They are both 70 plus and I want to live with them. I'm going back. Next, there is always a boogeyman. Right now, white people have a boogeyman man called the Jewish people, and the black people have a boogeyman called the white supremacy. Next, he would complain about something called Indian men in Fortune 500 companies as the key positions of all the CEOs of Google and Microsoft and Alphabet and Twitter. Where does that lead you? This victim mindset. It has destroyed your family unit, and communities are actually props for the government to use to pit one community against another. And women since 1919 have always followed government policies since prohibition and bootlegging. Black marketing is always happening. It is just that it is considered as illegal. Number 11, marriages are not happening in the West. Birth rates are down in the entire European civilization and the quote unquote Anglo Saxon world. That's all I am saying. So if they are not having children as of now, they look like a majority, but they are not a majority in Florida, or they are not in a majority right now in California. And if they die out, someone else is going to take their place. Because of what? because of feminism, which actually incentivized via government policies to advocate for disintegration of families. And both conservatives and liberals have a fault in this, because the state itself is not benefiting from strong families, black and white together. That's all I'm saying. I'll expunge on that.
All right. Go ahead and get rid of this. Now we go to the polls. The poll is up now. Go ahead and vote. If you believe Brother T.V.A won the debate, vote for T.V.A. If you believe Contriver won the debate, vote for Contriver. And in this poll, you can only vote once, so I don't have to say to vote once because it'll only let you vote once. Yeah, go ahead, man. Cast your votes. I believe we will be leaving the poll open until 11 p.m. Eastern time. For those who are slow-handed or listening behind the stream, I know a lot of people do that. They're, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes behind. So go ahead, cast your vote now. And in the meantime, while you're doing that, let me hit you in the head with T.P.O.T's programming notes, Negroes. Yeah. Because this week we will be having another installment of the Ridiculous Race Game. Yeah, it's coming back this Saturday. And we have a new lineup of contestants. It ought to be good. Here's a preview. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the Ridiculous Race Game. Yeah, it goes down Saturday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We already have 6 contestants lined up. This week, we will have Toya, the Tutor, the Hood Conservative, Brother Clue, Survival will be here. The Radical Latina and Awesome Alice will be here. So it's a pretty good goddamn panel. Make sure you hear, man, 8 p.m. Eastern time, of course, on the Ridiculous Race Game. We talk about race, but we also have a bunch of laughs at racism's expense. So make sure you are here. It's good fun. I know some people think it's racist, but it is the Ridiculous Race Game. So, of course, it's somewhat racist, but it is very fun. Just ask some of last week's contestants. It's very, very fun. We have a good time. We talk some shit, and we point out some of the hypocrisies of racism. And, we play a few games and we have you mock other races and the whole nine. So make sure you are here 8 p.m. Saturday night. It should be fun. And if you wish to be a contestant on the Ridiculous Race Game, you know what to do. Prophet of Thought at yahoo.com. That's Prophet of Thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. We got a good panel this week, man. It's going to be good. We got white folks, black folks, Indians, a Latino. Yeah, we got it all this week, boys. So make sure you're here, man. We're going to have some fun. So in the meantime, cast your votes. Y'all know what we do now, right? If you have questions for my debaters, y'all know how we do it. Those questions must be super chatted or cash app or I will not read them. So, if you have questions for the debaters, whatever the questions is, you must shoot those questions in form of Cash App or Super Chat. All right? All right. And make sure you vote, god damn it. It only takes a second, sort of like hitting the damn like button, which you people don't like to do, because I still see my viewers and my likes not matching. So let's get that going as well. Good debate. So now that you see, and shout out, hold up, checking my phone, I see a couple Cash Apps, goddammit. Shout out to brother Eric with the Cash App. I appreciate that, brother Eric. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And also shout out to brother Charles Merchant with the heavy-handed Cash App. You get this, brother Charles. I appreciate that. A big coin drop on this platform. Appreciate that, brothers. Those Cash Apps. I appreciate it as always. Yeah, go ahead and vote. Hurry up.
I'd
Like
like
I
to know
said,
what discouraged her from debating. Were you just scared or something? Or were you just unprepared to debate the topic? I mean, I'm not understanding, because I thought we were pretty clear on what we wanted to debate the other night. So I don't get it.
Well, if you would debate like some individual who wants to arrive to a conclusion or something, everyone would like to debate to you, but you want to have a lung power match or something. I don't know what the hell that is. So, I mean, decibel matching is not what good mother does.
I was yelling at you.
Yes,
Oh, okay. I was yelling and screaming at you. Okay.
yes.
Well, you two were yelling back and forth at each other. I didn't. For me, it was more like this doesn't seem like a topic that you can properly debate. Like just a piece
We
of
just
bigger.
did. I did. We just did.
Yeah, but it wasn't a proper debate.
So are you denying that white women have gained significant strides since they were considered a minority in the 60s?
Those
But
policies.
you're denying it. You're denying the increase in white female CEOs and these
No,
management
I'm not
positions,
denying it. I'm
political
not
positions,
denying
and whatnot.
it. And you
And,
keep
and
trying
if
to
that had nothing to do with affirmative action, why did all of that come after the
it
60s?
was affirmative action. It's these stupid fucking policies that feminists created, which I am adamantly against. Like I've been talking about it for over a year on my channel. And I have these long live streams because we actually sit down and have discussions without all the bullshit, without all the shaming and
Sign
the
language. Anyways, I would give another example to the audience.
Contriver, let me finish.
Okay.
Without all the toxic feminine fucking tactics. That's what my channel consists of, discussions. Not trying to attack people. Two people or multiple people coming to a platform in good faith because they want to discuss these things. So that's it. I'm not used to that kind of, I don't know what you guys call it in the entertainment sphere. Like it's just not productive. So
Okay, I would give another example. When California actually, after hashtag Me Too, passed a law where something like you have to have a female member on the board of directors of your, board members. One has to be a female. They actually shifted their headquarters from California to Canada. Some of the companies came here, Calgary, that is the Alberta province uh, tech giant sector over here. They came over here. I live in Alberta. I know this for a fact. And all
And out of
these,
all of those jobs, out of all of those board positions, most of them were given to white women.
so you
Which is
want
fine.
to,
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not complaining about it, but I need white
no, you
people to
are
stop
complaining
bitching
about
about
it.
it.
You are bitching about it. You are bitching about it.
No, white people are
No,
bitching about it.
yes, you are bitching
You
about
got,
it
you got
because
white
you
women
thought,
like Good Mother
because you
whining
thought,
about affirmative
because
action,
you thought,
but then you
because
just
you
admitted
thought,
they benefit from
because
it.
you thought, because you thought that, God damn it, some black queen should have got that job so that I could,
What?
propagate
What?
about it.
When the fuck did
Yes.
I say that, dude?
Well, wink, wink, nudge,
When
nudge.
the
We
fuck
also
did I say
understand
that?
the non-verbal cues. We also understand the non-verbal
You
cues
can't even
more
fucking
than you
see me,
do.
bro. What are you
More
talking
than
about?
you do. Have I not heard
You
your
can't even
debates
fucking
earlier?
see me. What do you mean nonverbal
Have I
cues, man?
not
Come
heard
on,
your
dude.
debates earlier? Have I
All
not
right.
heard your debates earlier? You suffer from cognitive dissonance, and I know that.
This is some really good fried rice, man. Oh shit.
Then eat it.
Well, this was fun. Like I said, I enjoyed it. This is fun. I enjoyed it. I don't understand how I was unclear. I don't see how anyone could disagree with my conclusion because it's based on the numbers. And again, if you disagree with me, then I need people to show me all of these black women that have gotten all of these high-paying positions over white women since the 60s.
Well,
And if you
because you
can't,
don't have a community
then
as big as a white community. That's as simple as that. Majority of the demography
okay,
right
that
now
be
is
that as
white,
it may,
but they are going to
whatever
die
be
out
that
within
as it
20
may,
years,
bottom
just like
line
Florida,
is
just like
bottom
Florida,
line is white
just like
America
Florida.
benefited from affirmative action. Affirmative action resulted
All
in white
women.
America having more money. That's what it came to.
Women benefited,
All
not
women.
just white women. Your black women also benefited from affirmative action because they were counted as double minority. Now, if you don't have a community as big as a white community, that is your fault. Go and make some babies.
No, it's
Go ahead.
destroyed our entire society. Nobody's really benefiting from it. Our fucking institutions are corrupted and
A lot of
disintegrating.
people benefit. If no one benefited from it, then why would anybody be doing it?
No,
Somebody's benefiting from this shit.
it's short term. That's what I'm trying to say. It's short term gain. So instead of thinking long term and thinking about the future, which women typically fucking don't, they think very impulsively and short term. So no, these women that are
Well,
gaining,
you have the rhetoric of a married woman. Are you married?
these women that are getting all
Sign
these
language.
resources
Same
are
insert
not.
get and the need to be right.
These
Are
women
you
are not
married?
building anything. They're just consuming. So they're
Are you married, TVA? Are you married?
So you're not married, good
What is
mother.
the name of
I'm
your
not
wife?
understanding.
What is the name of your wife?
I'm not understanding how a woman
What is
that's
the
not
name of your
married
wife?
can do these
What is the
8-hour
name of
streams.
your
Like,
wife? What is
how do
the
you
name
have
of
time
your
to do
wife? What is the name of your ex-wife?
The polls
What is the name
will
of your
close
baby
in
mama?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The polls will be closing soon.
What is the name of your ex-girlfriend?
none of this shit matters, you guys. I'm trying to talk about
I
something
just don't
really
understand
important
how a
to
woman
our
that's not
entire
married has
society.
time to do
Hold
these
on.
8-hour
Hold on.
streams.
Use feminine fucking tactics.
Hold on. Shout out to my Shot Town brother Perfect Black with the $10 super chat. He said, sorry, bro X. Since a Gentoo came to a black space and called folks niggers, can we go to India and fight to end unfettered corruption, ramped ropes, and colorism? This buttonhead was too cowardly to stay and fix. I appreciate that. Brother Perfect Black with the $10 super chat. You get this? I
So
appreciate you
this
dropping
session
your
is for me.
hard-earned coins on this platform. I believe that's to you, Contriver.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you want to do you
So
wish to
since
respond?
Perfect Blackness or Mr. Perfect Blackness, the population of India is around 1.35 plus billion, not million, billion. Okay, so apart from me, there are many over there who are trying to fight to end unfettered corruption, rampant rapes. Actually, you talked about. You don't even know the National Crime Record Bureau that 50% of rape cases registered with the police headquarters and the courts in India are proven to be false. But you don't know that because you don't know about India and colorism. I called him a nigga, not the one with the R. I'm not a racist person. I am myself a victim
Hold
of
on a
rape.
second, though. Hold on a second, right? Let me stop you right there. Does it make a difference whether it's the A or the ER? Do you really believe that that makes a difference?
Yeah, I mean, according to the black community,
No, no,
yes,
no,
it
no, no,
does.
no, 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 no. What do you mean according to the black community? Yes, it does. What do you mean when you say that?
Because when you pronounce it with A, when I used to interact with some of my black friends, they used to say, if you pronounce it with A, it would be much more beneficial because you are also brown, so you have the N word pass. If you
Hmm.
pronounce it with R, then it would be a problem and you would be lynched on the streets. So don't do that. So because they
Oh,
wanted me to get familiar to some of the slangs, the North American slangs, when I landed on this part of the world.
yeah, but see that's my problem with the whole, nigger word. Like, I mean, we play these games with the word nigger, right? Because we use it with the hard R, we use it with the A when we happy, when we sad, when we mad, when we this. I think all of that is bullshit. I think it's all the same shit. All right. That's what I believe. I believe it's all the same shit. You don't get a pass because you're pronouncing it with an AH at the end as opposed to an ER at the end. To me, it's all the same because I don't consider it a term of endearment because people only want to use it as a term of endearment when they say it is, because that same person who claims it's a term of endearment will say it to someone when they're angry too, whether it's the AH at the end or the ER at the end. So I just think that's all bullshit. All right. It's just all bullshit. That's me.
Uh, I,
That's my personal belief.
I mean, that was actually told by my black friends here on the Canadian side. So, I mean, I have to do some sort of grievance redressal with them regarding this issue.
I just
But
I just think it's funny how a lot of these immigrants come over to the West and they go to these poor black communities and they just pretend like this dysfunction is just so new to them. Like, oh my goodness, I've never seen violence. I've never seen I've never seen dysfunction. I've never seen poverty. I've never seen the lack of education and ignorance. I've never seen. I mean, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, you motherfuckers come over here and you see these poor black communities. It's nothing compared to what the fuck you came from. It's just funny how
so,
people like, you come over here and you clutch your pearls and
so
act like you've never seen dysfunction before.
no, I see
And I'm not
dysfunction,
excusing it.
but
I'm not
but
excusing it at all.
but
I'm
what
just saying.
some
I
of the
just think
holier
all of you other groups that seem to have all these fucking opinions about black people, it's like, don't you have your own fucking shit to talk about? That's all I'm saying. Like, why don't I see panels of Indian men on YouTube talking about the dysfunction in India and shit? Why the fuck are you guys coming over here
it.
telling us what the fuck we
They
need
are
to do?
talking about it. You are just oblivious to the fact. You are
Mhm.
oblivious to the fact. You are out of touch with reality. That's it. Because you are inside the American
All
bubble.
right. We have the results of the poll. I will be posting them now. I copied and pasted. I don't know if y'all can see it in the chat. I think you can, right? Y'all can see it in the chat, right? But I will post it here. These are the results. They are Contriver, 54%, TVA, 45%, poll complete, 75 votes in total. So the audience believes that Contriver won it. So that is it. I do not second guess the audience. And we have a super chat. Another super chat from my Shy Town brother. Oh, that's the same one. My bad. My bad. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Gotta put my damn glasses on. God damn it. I'm back here blind as a goddamn bat, y'all. Blind as a bat, folks. Just blind. There it is. All right. Shout out to my brother Perfect Blackness with another $10 super chat. He says, regardless, Gen 2, why didn't you stay there and fix it instead of running? And you are not black, so you don't get to say that. Thank you. Thank your Hindu God I wasn't in front of you when you said it. I appreciate that. $10 super chat. Brother Perfect Blackness, you get this.
I mean,
I appreciate you
can I
dropping
answer this
hard-earned
question?
coins on this platform. And the good mother has sent me something back here. I'm going to share it. Let me see.
People vote for their buddies. I'm not mad about it at all. It was still fun.
And this is Sally Khan or Cone. I know who this lady is.
She's the one that wrote the article that he's basing his entire argument on.
What,
Her.
the affirmative action thing?
Yeah.
Doesn't she isn't she a reporter or she's like a correspondent
For
for
CNN.
CNN?
Yeah. And she based that entire article off
She's
of one
a
study
white.
in 1994.
She's a white female.
Yeah.
So she's a white female acknowledging that white females have benefited more from affirmative action. Are you saying she's anti? Are you saying she's anti-white female?
No, she's
Yes.
a feminist.
Are you saying that she
She's
hates white women?
anti-family. She's anti-family.
Yes.
She's anti-family.
Well, wait. So if she's a feminist, don't they usually play victim?
Yeah, they play victim.
Okay,
And they
well
are
that's
also
not what she did.
anti-family.
That's not what she did in her article. In the article, she stated that white women are actually benefiting a lot from affirmative action. We're benefiting more
come
than
on,
other
come
groups of women.
on.
That's not.
Come on.
Read the article, dude. You guys put the fucking Wikipedia link up. This is a white female here that wrote an article stating that white females benefited more from affirmative action than other groups, and she posted sources. More than one study, by the way.
The women in your community who talk about divesting from Blackistan, these are the same self-hating apologetic women.
You mean like the Indian women all over TikTok talking about brand and shit like those guys?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. What the fuck does that have to do with affirmative action?
Because
what does any of that shit that's coming out of your mouth have to do with Sally Cohn's article?
And be apologetic and have a fetish for the people of other color, be it black women who talk about divesting from Blackistan or this bitch.
What the fuck does that have to do with affirmative action and the statistics and the numbers? Wait. So you Sally Cohn wrote this article because she likes black lesbian pussy? Is that what you're saying?
Could be. You can ask her.
I mean, what the fuck are you saying? I don't get it, bro. Like, but apparently, according to his buddies, he won the debate. He's been doing this shit all night, just rambling. What the fuck? The fuck does divesting have to do with the article?
That white women. Why
that was the topic of the debate, dude. Like, what do you knew we were going to talk about white women when you showed up. That's the fucking debate topic.
Because it is a minuscule. That is.
Then why the fuck did you agree? This is the same shit I went through with Tommy, bro. I swear to God, man.
Oh yes, you can go away. It doesn't matter.
I mean, like,
I
people
just
show
want
up and
to
they
answer
complain
to
about
this.
what the fuck
I
they
just want
agreed to
to
talk
answer.
about or
I just
debate.
want to
Like,
answer. I just want to answer to this super chat actually. Mr. Perfect Blackness, if you think that you are the only person lifting 220 pounds in barbell squat, you are sadly mistaken. Okay? In places like real Africa or real India, you would not survive in even a single day. So don't give me threats about coming to
he's
my
not gonna
place or
let you punk
something.
him out in front of this white woman, Perfect Blackness. He's not gonna let you punk him out in front of his little white girlfriend over here, his little internet
She's
wife.
not
He's
my
not gonna do that.
girlfriend.
Feminine tactics.
I noticed Good
Yes,
Mother
yes, yes,
has
yes,
a little
yes,
handful of,
yes,
she got her
yes,
Right.
own
yes.
little simp
She is my
army.
girlfriend.
Good
She is my
Mother has her
girlfriend.
own little simp army over there. She's got
Oh yes,
her
I'm a
little
simp
simps,
now.
and
I'm a simp
it
now.
must be nice.
Even
It
as
must
I
be
am a
nice.
replacement. I mean, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. What else do you have from your common black feminist standpoint?
I have numbers. I have
Oh
studies
yes,
proving my point.
yes,
I
yes.
won this
And you are
debate,
sadly
but no
mistaken.
matter,
You are
I
completely wrong.
understand people
You
vote for
have
their buddies,
actually
and it's no
stuck to
problem.
this
I
fact
thank
of
you all for
color
watching
and
the
color
debate. I
and
really do,
color
man.
and color.
This was fun.
That's it. Because you don't see what is
Yes,
happening elsewhere.
yes. That was the debate
Yes,
topic. We were
yes,
talking about color.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
And I won the
Well, why
debate.
did good? Wait.
And I
If
won the
talking
debate
about it is
according
so
to the
bad, why
people.
did Good
And
Mother
I won
agree
the
to it?
debate according to the
Why
people on
did
your
Good
own
Mother
black
agree to the
platform.
debate
Much
if
to your
talking
dismay,
about
by
race
the
is
way.
so bad?
Much to your dismay, by the way.
No,
I
that's
won the
If
debate.
talking about race is
Yes,
so
I
bad,
won the
why did
debate.
she agree to the debate? Why?
Because
Why'd she
she
agree?
actually wanted
She could
you
have
to
said
come to the
no. She could have
standpoint
said
that
no. I don't talk about race, and we'd have been done with this.
it has actually resulted in destruction of families, black, white together. That is why she wanted you to come to the root cause of the issue. But you don't want to come to the root cause of the issue because you are playing slick and loose.
The
Sheer
root cause is not
connivance.
the topic, sir.
In
The
law
root
of
cause is
evidence,
not
we
the
call
topic.
this
We were
exactly.
here
connivance.
to debate a
Exactly.
specific topic. The specific topic we were here to debate was whether or not
Which
white
I won.
America benefits
Which I
more
won.
from affirmative vote, according to
Which
your
I won.
buddy. Yeah. According to
According
your
to your
buddy.
buddy.
But I mean, you didn't bring
Oh, so
any
the
numbers. You
people
didn't
who
bring any
voted.
stats.
So
Nothing.
listen,
You just
people.
ramble.
What
So I mean,
whoever you
hey,
are,
it is what it
who
is.
you people voted for
That's how
me, you
that's how
people
that
are
works.
wrong. You people are all
People
coons,
vote for their
according
buddies.
to
It is what
this
it is.
the village arsonist or whatever the heck businessman he is. I mean, if you are
You
that
can't
much
show me any
argumentative,
numbers. You can't
if
show
you
me
are
any
that
numbers
much
showing black women
argumentative,
getting all
if
these
you are that
positions over
much
white women because of
argumentative
affirmative
about
action. You
your
can't show me
own convictions, if you are that much argumentative, oh, no wonder you ran. Cowardly, like I thought. Yeah, we ran away to elsewhere. Look at us. We are the CEOs of
Shout out.
Google and. Okay.
Shout out
Sorry.
to my brother again, Perfect Blackness, with the $2 super chat. He said, "Oh, no wonder you ran cowardly like I thought." Brother Perfect Blackness has a tendency to show out with his money up on here. But you know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this, my brother. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And we've been joined by the one and only. Let me go ahead and cue up his opening. You know, the one and only brother SKC is here.
I just with the
Brother Supreme, what's good with it, man?
Hey, what's going on, X? Hey, and Good Mother and Contriver TVA. TVA, I don't care what the poll says. I think you won the debate. Um, I think it was an interesting line of reasoning that um I think wasn't countered. That where you were basically showing numbers compared to, or that was the major point of your argument was overall numbers, and I just don't think that there was anything that was put to pierce that argument. So I mean, I think that's what it was. However, I think that that th- that there is a hole in the argument. I think there's a hole in the argument. Um, and
Well,
I know this. I know
before you
this
go, Brother
because
Supreme, before you go, let me ask my debaters, because we usually open, the panel up, after we done did the polls and all that kind of stuff. Do y'all mind if I let a few more people up?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay a little bit longer. But I mean, yeah, I hear him out and a few other people. Yeah.
All right. And also shout out to Brother Wizard X with the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Brother Wizard X, you get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform. And y'all know what to do if you want to come through. You know what to do. You got to hit me up on my email. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. And I will send you the link. Go ahead, Brother Supreme. You got it. Do y'all still want me to keep this Wikipedia page up or no?
No.
You want me to keep it? Okay.
I mean, remove it.
I'm glad people see, the picture. This is a white female saying this is a white female feminist willing to admit to this. But I'm wanting to hear what's the hole in it's a very simple argument. If you have a significant increase in white women getting positions because of affirmative action, they're getting paid for these positions, of course. Okay, so then that money is going to the white community because the vast majority of white women end up in white communities. So that means those dollars are being taxed in white communities. That money's going towards infrastructure in white communities, schools majority white, to educate white kids, so on and so forth. So what's the hole there?
Well, the major hole in the argument that I saw was that you pulled up an article from Time, specifically its ideas section, which is the op-ed section of Time. If the lady had an article that was going to be placed as legitimate, it would not be in the op-ed section.
It's an opinion piece.
I clearly stated that wasn't my only source. That was my first one. I didn't really feel the need to bring anything else because that one they couldn't. I got no good response for that. So why would I bring anything else?
And
there,
like I said,
there are plenty of studies showing that white female the increase in white female representation in various, whether it's law enforcement or whatever the fuck. But that wasn't my only source. That's my first one. But
right, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing against
the numbers.
your
The numbers within the article. Are you debating the numbers within the article? Or are you just debating what are you?
By default, the whole reason of why an article goes in the opinion section rather than in the, I don't know, it would be like I don't know, in the economy section, is because it did not qualify. That's why it needed to go in the ideas section of Time.
Well, when you say white women benefited more, I guess you would
I'm just talking about that one article.
I guess you would need to clarify whether you mean financially, which I mean would really be the only way I would see. But be that as it may, the numbers within the article I mean, I'm assuming then you're saying that they're not credible. So then, do you have anything to work against that? Because I mean, unfortunately, no one I debated tonight had anything to counter what I brought. So I mean, we can debate the legitimacy of what I brought. Again, that wasn't my first source, but I
Yeah,
didn't get anything for that source. I got no
and that's
numbers showing. Well, and again, I was very clear when I made the challenge to Good Mother. She
and
stated that, in her opinion, black women benefit more than white
and
women.
I
She stated,
and I and I agree with you, TVA. That's why I stated that to me, that article in itself, since there was no true counter to pierce it, that's this is like okay, that's a W. Unless there were going to be some type of other statistics or data that was going to be shown as a counter, but there wasn't. So that's why I was like, oh, okay, well, just to play it down, fair down the board, yeah, that's a W. That's why I stated from the very beginning. But yeah, but this is the end of the debate. I have publicly stated in the chat and also here that I felt that you have won the debate. Now, if we're just talking about it afterwards, after the fact, yeah, I think that there are other things that could be argued to buttress the other side of this debate, though. That's all I'm saying. But I congratulate you. I think that you did, a good job with the putting together um, an argument that I didn't see it was pierced. So that's why I voted for you.
I mean, are you in agreement though? Are we in basic agreement that white females in America have made significant strides in this country since the '60s, since they were considered a minority group? Is anyone denying that?
I disagree on the grounds of how you argued it, though. The one of the major another hole that I saw was trying to make the comparison between um the numbers, the raw numbers, as it were, and also adding in marriage, which I think is a non sequitur to affirmative action.
No, well, it is no. That's a different thing. My first point was I'm trying to prove first the affirmative action was about proving that white women. I have to establish that first. I got to prove that first. That white females actually benefit more from affirmative action than other groups
Right.
and other groups of women in particular. I established
Currently,
that.
And
currently, bro.
So
before you
now,
jump in,
how do
Wizard,
I make the argument that the white community as a whole benefits from affirmative action? That's where marriage comes in, because if you have a significant number of white women gaining these high-paying positions because of affirmative action, okay,
mhm.
well, where are these white females living? What communities are they? Where is all this money going? Well, the vast majority of white females marry white males. So I believe it is safe
Right.
to conclude that white America actually ends up benefiting more from affirmative action, because those extra financial resources that come into white women's hands because of these affirmative action programs, they get spent in white communities. Again, they get taxed in white communities. They go to schools with those resources go to schools with mostly white students, white roads, white infrastructure in white communities. I mean, of course, you may have
but there
non-whites
but
living in
there's
those
a but,
areas,
but
but
there's
you
a
get my
lot of
point.
jumps.
Yeah,
There's a lot of jumps in the logic that you're assuming. You're jumping to assume that, hey, the majority of white women benefiting from affirmative action are married. That's the first assumption, and you haven't shown any data to prove that. So that's why I stated
Well,
it's it's a
the vast majority of white women are married, especially since we're talking about you have to remember we're going from the '60s on up until now. So
uh-huh.
especially back then, but the first 20 or so years of these affirmative action policies being in place, the vast
Uh-huh.
majority of white people were married. The marriage rate in the white community was the 60s on up until the 80s, the first 10 to 20 years of these affirmative action programs being in place. The marriage rate in white America was like 60, 70, 80%, I think.
And if I could just jump in just 1 second, TVA, one of the issues with your argument is percentage versus raw numbers. Because if you state outright and try to go just by raw numbers, well, white women automatically by the numbers are going to you're going to automatically have more because there are more of them. You're comparing apples and oranges. You're comparing apples and oranges, but it would be different if you were to make your argument based upon percentage. If you was to say, hey, for the people that are the black women that are getting these roles based upon affirmative action hires, I don't know, only 40% are getting these roles versus white women 60% are getting these roles, then it would make sense. But to do this comparison of just raw numbers, it's like you're going from a 6-to-1 ratio comparison, so it doesn't make any sense.
My issue
would never.
Real quick. Well, my issue is simple. A lot of people in white America, and from what I can see, when they're complaining about affirmative action and these diversity programs, I never hear them talking about how they actually benefit from them as well. They always imply that it's just handouts for the colors, basically. It's handouts for the blacks. It's just giving stuff to the blacks. And it's like, wait a minute, you white bitches getting these positions too because of affirmative action?
Wait, I'd like to say
you wouldn't be able to make that argument, TVA, because your very first piece of documentation that you brought up, you yourself stated was written by a white woman. So yes, you are hearing white women state that black women are that counters what you just presented in the debate.
No. I'm talking about the majority of the time. That one article, I'm talking about what specifically white conservatives, and I did say that earlier. I'm specifically really talking about white conservatives when they mention this.
Hold on a second, because we've been joined by Wizard X and Brother Trey. Go ahead, Brother Wizard X, you got it.
I thought that, TVA did win the debate versus the Good Mother, but he lost the debate versus I don't remember his name, but he lost that debate because he mostly purely relied on emotion, and he also used an opinion article, and just basically
depending on emotion. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all have it. I got shit to do. I ain't got time because I didn't raise my voice one time. Niggas stay putting that bullshit on me, and I can't be calm enough, bro. I guess niggas want me to be sleeping debate at the same time or something, bro. Because if I breathe, niggas say I was yelling and cussing and shit.
Calm down.
I'm gonna drop off, man. I ain't trying to hear this shit.
All right, I'm just saying he used emotion in terms of like
why the TVA.
Yeah, why did white women decide to marry white men when in fact interracial marriages were legalized in 1967, and only now, like the past 10 to 20 years, we're seeing more I guess acceptance towards interracial relationships, and also partly the reason why we're seeing practically whites marry whites is because the neighborhoods are still highly segregated, and that's based more on wealth, not based on race, but wealth. It was a weak premise. Overall was a weak premise, and I have to say that the guy, he didn't really cite any sources, but since I've studied this, I was aware of what he was speaking, but TVA was ignoring certain holes in order to fit a narrative. When, in a sense, that's not fair. That's not fair, and just blatantly reading an article from Time Magazine, not even the specific, not even the the source, just reading word for word, it undermines our intelligence. Even the likes of Jordan Peterson's, they cite specific sources, the specific person who has done the study, and generally it's going to be like a nonpartisan source, or slightly partisan. But he just basically he referenced Time Magazine, an opinion article from not someone who's a academic, but just a journalist. That's what I have to say for now. It was a good debate, but there was a bit over talking, especially during the fire round, which it could have had much more potential if each person respected each other's viewpoint and speaking.
All right. We've been joined by Brother Trey. What's good with it, Brother Trey? What you got, man?
Hey, what's going on? Good evening. I got to hit you on the Cash App, Brother Xavier. I tried the super chat, but I don't know why I can't. Maybe because I got a strike right now. Maybe I can't from this channel. But I'm gonna hit you up on the Cash App. It's weird. I don't know if you can when you got a strike or not.
Trey about to turn the table over.
No, man, I'm being good tonight, man. I'm being good, man. If you know, everybody thinks, man, I'm coming to do that, man. Coffee, your channel, SKC, man, I've been good. My blood pressure been up.
Your best behavior.
Yeah, man. The wife says I got to tone it down on these panels. My blood pressure. So I'm like, all right, I'll chill out. But man, here's my issue. Two issues. Well, TVA is debating in the O'Shea Duke Jackson Spurian way of debating from the Rumble days of past. That's the technique that TVA is using, while Contrivers, mainly sticking to the Harvard types, level of debate. And it just, at that point, it just becomes an inherent conversation. Because within the first couple minutes, Contriver and TVA both agreed. You know what? Hey, this feminism, all this affirmative action needs to go away. Boom. We're on the same side. Fist bump. At that point, then it turns into this whole racial issue. And that's my question to those who were involved. Contriver, you're still here. Good mother, you were here. At what point does Contriver get back to fire out a racial slur after I counted damn near 20 coming out of TVA's mouth? Even though he didn't drop the hard R, he hit him with the A. But at which point are we gonna look and say, like, look, okay, sorry, black people, you don't get to own racism. If you can dish it out 20 or so times, guess what? Somebody's bound to come back with it. So you know what? Take it.
Can I just answer this, Mr. Trey?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Okay. First of all, like this gentleman over here, Perfect Blackness, who called me Gentu. People call me curry smelling Pajit. People call me Apu. I don't mind. We have been the victims of Islamic invasion as well as the Christian colonization for 1400 years. We take the L, we bounce back. That is what we need to do. We come from the slums, which are more hood than the real hoods over here in United States of America. Why? Because our only refuge in having some sort of escape velocity and elevating our standard of living is via education. So that is what we do, and we come to these respective Western countries as a legal immigrant on our own merits. We don't try to take away your job or anything. If your country has opened the floodgates for immigration, that is not my fault. And since it has come to a personal level, I would just answer this. I'm going back 2 years after to India, and I will settle down in India because my parents are 70 plus. I want to take care of them in the evening of their life. I don't want to settle down in Canada, where I am right now. And I don't aspire to become a US citizen. I still have an Indian passport. I'm here on working visa. I was given a choice to have a Canadian citizenship, which I have refuted. I don't want it. I would go back. Number one. Number two,
Wait, Trevor.
people.
Hold on, you're really close to the mic, I think.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
You're good. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, your lips are hitting the pop
Need
protector.
one of them pop filters. Need a pop filter, bro.
Yeah. Your lips are bumping up against the
Okay,
microphone.
I don't have a good mic, but that's it. I have to pay remittances back home. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is white affirmative action plan is actually hurting America. I'm saying I'm all for dismantling all the government policies, including the welfare state, so that the communities would take care of each other. I want to build families. I don't want disintegration of families and fatherless homes. I don't want these Section 8 housing filled with women, actually, which incentivizes women to divorce their husband and settle down in those public housing. I don't want that. I want people to remain people. Before 1965, African American community had a marriage rate of around 80%. So the people who could survive slavery, Jim Crow, picking up cotton, all kinds of, brutalities which were, bestowed upon them in the name of racism, the same community, when they come out of racism after 1965, they fragment like a pack of cards, they dismantle like a pack of cards. How could that happen? Because the root cause is the government and the governmental policies that actually advocate for legislative actions that actually incentivize disintegration of families. That's all I'm saying. That's
Facts.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, feminists did that.
Hold on,
Yes, feminism did.
hold on. Let me acknowledge my Chi-Town brother again with another super chat. My brother, Perfect Blackness. He says, "Go figure. The Gentoo and the Karen needed SKC, a black man, to come up and give a cogent response on affirmative action. TVA did win. I appreciate that, brother. Perfect Black. You get this." Uh-oh. A big coin drop on the platform. And shout out to brother Enigma with the $5 super chat. He says, "Salute Contriver for the W." I appreciate that, brother Enigma. You get this. I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
I'd like to say something.
Right. Go ahead, brother Wizard X. You got it.
Well, I don't really have too many negative views of affirmative action within colleges. The bigger concern is the priority within corporations to prioritize particularly women in general within these corporations, especially in leadership. Because not only that is prioritized, but it undermines the household structure. And as we see now with the spiking divorce rates, the single mother rates, and the priority even within the lower socioeconomic stands where they're prioritizing mothers rather than fathers, then that's what's kind of leading to the decay within the United States. And I have to say that yes, white women did benefit from affirmative action, but that's because they're the numerical majority. And at first, if for TVA's argument, why didn't black women benefit more? Then black Americans would have seen the acceleration of the decay of the black American household if it were that way. But we have to admit that black Americans did start off with a disadvantage, and policies like affirmative action were trying to remedy that. But like we all know, sometimes it doesn't matter the idea around it. It just matters about the outcome. What are the outcomes? How does this, it matters about the outcomes, not about the intent, but the outcome. and that's what we're currently seeing. So
Yeah.
that's what I wanted to say.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why don't you mind it at the university level?
Well, I'm only referring to students being admitted. That's all. But I find it more problematic when these diversity quotas are applied, especially when it comes to gender within corporations. Corporations, and then eventually you would sometimes, as we're seeing now, there's more inclination towards females within powers of within politics, where we're seeing this is more favored towards women and more towards communitarian ideals such as I don't want to say it, but think like the alphabet and whatnot. So that's more problematic. That to my opinion, this is rooted in feminism as well.
But the all of that stuff is downstream of university. Like all of this is generated at the university level because we have diversity quotas at the universities. All the people that go in on those and then take all these gender studies programs and classes, they take all these ideas to every structure of our society.
Yeah.
Can I jump in on that one? Here's the problem with the affirmative action.
Wait,
in
no,
the
wait, one
colleges
second,
for women.
sorry,
Go ahead, my
one
bad.
second. Yeah, it's affirmative action it's more about the leaning of these universities, as you said, gender studies. They're more liberal. That's a problem, and it has to play with feminism. You can I guess be admitted to, let's say if Yale was more right leaning, you can be admitted to Yale based on affirmative action. But since it's right leaning, you'll probably be, I guess, indoctrinated with right leaning beliefs. But since these universities are predominantly left leaning, especially rooted by feminism, you're going to be indoctrinated and you're going to go out in the world, especially if you have elite education, to these mega corporations and these offices of power, and you're going to bring these beliefs. And particularly since it's such a focus with women, we're going to see more communitarian policies that might have good intentions, but they have poor outcomes because they favor typically one side over another.
Yeah. But
Can
that's
I
the
just-
whole equity thing, is the equality of outcome even at the university admissions level. They have diversity quotas.
Can I take a step back here?
Yeah,
Just one step back. Let's go back to high school now, and these girls, whatever school these girls are coming out of, instead of being put on the track to become wives, to become mothers, to become the homeschoolers, to become those who pass on, those good nurturing values to the next generation, they're being pipelined in the colleges, taught feminist ideology that goes completely against the nuclear family. And that is my biggest beef with this affirmative action, because now we're just handing the reins over in these schools to girls that never should have went that path, and their heads are being gassed up to believe that they're boss women,
Right.
strong and independent, all this stuff.
Well, and in these universities, they recruit. Like my local university, they have so many programs that go to the high schools and the middle schools, and they do all these girls' summer camps and spring camps for STEM for girls. Like they start recruiting, and a lot of these teachers are feminists. I mean, women have overrun the education field.
But that's more of a problem with the academia itself. That's why I said if you go to let's say university, like let's say if Yale was completely right leaning, you're going to be indoctrinated with right leaning beliefs. So, and with predominantly with universities, it's dominated by left leaning academia that is somewhat radical in a sense. It's not really.
Yes.
Can I just chime in with the permission of my fellow interlocutors? Just one point of information I wanted to point it out for all the people. When McCarthy was in power, actually no, this is a point of information, this is a point of fact. I'm not joking about it. He fired some of the Marxists actually from the State's Department.
Yeah, not the women.
And those very same Marxists were actually recruited back into the universities in the 70s.
Which is problematic. And so I think it's affirmative action. Has I'm seeing that affirmative action itself is like a small piece within the bigger problem.
Yes,
That's how I view it.
yes. I mean, in fact, to add more concrete to your argument, sir, Mr. Wizard X, I would like to say that this policy of actually incentivizing only and only one gender itself is the problem, which is the root cause of all the disparities and disintegration of families, which are only just which is only symbolic in nature. The real substance is disempowering men to actually empower a woman via feminism and feministic standards, which is on paper it is all about equality, but it is actually about disempowering a man,
Yeah.
disempowering the working gender, who could be the cannon fodder as well as the sperm donors of the
Can,
society.
can I jump in real quick,
Exactly.
Contriver? I just want to say this. In this whole attack on the nuclear family, it's showing this whole attack on family. Like I was surprised at the comments and the feminist shaming tactics used in the comments when Contriver said he was going to go to India and take care of his mother and father, who were still together into their 70s. Just the idiotic, and I will say idiotic comments, the trolling, the laughing, the joking at, the jabbing at a man who will go take care of his elderly parents and settle down there. Like it goes to show you where in American society we've gone backwards when it comes to the nuclear family and just traditional masculine roles.
Well, I'll add in this, and now you're gonna have to. I talked to you about this X. Now I'm gonna have to show off my helicopter footage as well because we went around the same
Yeah, that's
time.
that's why I did it, because you were up here. I was like, let me put, this is just a short little clip, like a minute of it. I said, let me
uh
put this up here because Brother Supreme's up here. So put my little
Yeah, man.
helicopter
I gotta.
take
I
off.
have to. I'm gonna have to show it over the bay and over the sea. Um, the one thing that I was kind of waiting on you two to do is to allow the argument to reach its logical conclusion. So, if the argument was quantitative, stating that all of these people are getting these positions of power in jobs, and and all of these different regions, right? And then the second part of that argument was that a bunch of money was being inserted inside of the white communities. Okay, so if that was the case, then the result should be a great influx of not only wealth but also, because the thought of marriage came in as well, population increase. But you see the exact opposite. So even if you want to say these numbers um, show this or that, overall, it has not created a net benefit for white America, because it white America has one of the steepest decreases in population. So you can say all of the money and positions, but if you're not reproducing, all of
Right.
that is for naught.
And that's just one variable. Like that's not to mention the fucking drug and alcohol abuse, the white men's suicide rate, like there's so many factors that you can plug into this to say this is not a fucking benefit at all. Like
So
Those are all symbols, actually.
and
The
one of
real
the other
substances.
portion
Uh, okay,
and one
please
of the
go
other
ahead. Go ahead.
portions of
Go
that
ahead.
one of the other portions of that argument is that uh, basically when people have to earn things by merit instead of it being given to them, um, typically it becomes worth more because they actually have earned that spot and they're able to become true producers. But if you throw people into uh, various positions, Yeah, you can say they get some quick net benefit, but it's very short lived. And that is even proven when you look at affirmative action concerning a lot of black women in the positions that they grasp. Look at how a lot of the things that they get does not produce an overall net growth for for the black community at all.
Yep.
So in effect, by stating more white women are being pushed in these positions, yet it's getting more of a net negative to white America.
Right.
That's what I thought the argument was going to go to.
Well, brother Black
You're right.
Conservative has something interesting to say. He
Yeah,
says
that's
most black people actually believe that welfare created the white middle class and white suburbia. How
how does
about that,
it make
panel?
sense? How does that even make sense?
Well, no, I get it, and this is one of the things where you could go back to the, I guess, pre-depression, right after depression, with the baby boomers, and being born after World War II. The manufacturing jobs in the North, railroad jobs in the West, or whichever jobs wherever, that created a wage-paying salary, a wage or salary that one could support a family, two kids, a dog, a cat, what I'm saying, in a station wagon, created the suburbs. And it wasn't just, white people. Everybody took advantage of this. This is how you saw Compton go from all white basically to all black, unlike that TV show Them. Yes, Compton didn't start off as a hood for, black folks. That mayor, I can't remember what his name is, he led that route. But all these cities, was there a little bit of white flight? Yep, sure was. The propaganda was heavy back then. But
Brooklyn.
these were thriving suburbs of middle class black people, all due to industry, not welfare.
Anybody else want to comment on brother Black Conservative Bugazi's comment?
Oh, I think Trey summed up perfectly.
Yeah, I think bourgeoisie's right. Like it's just a lie. Like it's one of these indoctrinated things that people in our society pass on to other people in our society. Like there's a lot of them out there.
I have a question though for Good Mother. It's quite playful.
Yeah.
Do you feel any white guilt because of the impacts of feminism on Western society? Do you feel any white guilt?
None.
Do you
No.
feel
I didn't even know feminism was a thing until like a year and a half ago. I
I'm
didn't
just
even
playing
know
with
it
you.
wasn't a joke.
Yeah. But
Yeah, I mean
yeah.
that's a. Well, I was just answering Perfect Blackness. He said, where's the connection between white women and affirmative action and their birth rates? Well, just according to I was just talking about the debate in itself. TVA kept bringing up who white women marry, and by
Right.
stating white men. So by that, he made the connection. And if
Right.
he was going to make that connection, then I would say, well, the entire purpose, well, one of the major purposes of marriage is to have a family. So if those individuals, having all of these seats of power, all of these different, I would say, affirmative action positions, even with all of that, and they're not out reproducing everyone else, that's a loss.
Well, and not to mention like a lot of these marriages are university, if we're talking the most affluent type of people, right? The university folks that, get the higher paying jobs. Like what is it? 80% of divorces are initiated by women. 92% of those women have college degrees. So like
One thing I wanted to
it's
say
not
that
helping.
one thing I wanted to say is your name the Contrarian, I believe, the one that debated TVA.
Yes, sir. Unwanted contriver.
Contriver. I think you made a very good point, and I did study development when I was in college. But um, for example, what's stimulating a lot of growth with like Nigerians, Indians, Chinese is that their sense of nationalistic pride, where they want to use their skills that they've gained from Western countries and bring it back and create industries within their own countries. And this is a slight problem that we're seeing in Black America, where we're gaining these skills, but we're not really building too many things. And if we are, it's not. We're trying to put a little some sort of groupthink on it, where if it's within finance, we're going to ignore it, we're going to deem it white. But if it's within entertainment, we're going to accept it, but we're going to poorly manage it. So that's something that I agree with you, and I like the point that you made when it came to like just building things within your own community, and also gaining skills and bringing it back home. That's what many immigrants do. Regardless. I mean, black, Asian. Just many immigrants do. That's the mindset. It's from developing countries.
Because the reason being, I mean, if I could extrapolate that argument that you made, sir, because we have a family back home to whom we have to send remittances, because we want to uplift their social stratification level as well. Why? And this is where I think, I mean, people actually, uh, completely lost it in both black and white communities. For example, if an Italian is coming from Italy as a new immigrant to America, these people completely forget about their extended family over there in Italy. Or if a Nigerian is coming from Nigeria to America as a new immigrant, he is completely forgetting his Nigerian roots. So that you could also try to send remittances to your family, so that it could help elevate the level of your family in accessing more resources back home, which I want for black folks to do. That is how you would try to actually have a link back home to fall back on if things go awry, or at least you would have an extended family. Here, I mean, I see everyone is a bunch of individuals roaming around. There are no families. And if that is not the case, then the demography should have, flared up, which is not the case right now. That's all I'm saying. To provide further concrete to your argument and in favor of the black community as well.
I agree. Make a good point.
Brother Joe John says the first appearance of the term affirmative action was in the National Labor Relations Act, better known as the Wagner Act of 1935. Interesting. I didn't know that. I got smart people in my audience. They know these things. Folks out there.
Yeah. So I think Teapot can speak more, like your experiences. I think one user mentioned a good point where like predominantly boomers was decimated by heroin and crack. So what effects do you think that had on the boomer generation, sharing that passing skills and knowledge to the I think Gen X?
Um, well, I came up in the 80s in New
Hmm.
York. And that's when crack and heroin and freebasing was like popular. I make this joke all the time. I say that they started that walking of the Walking Dead. They patterned that after my hometown because that's how bad it was with the crack. People were just walking around like zombies. I think they got that idea from my hometown. So I grew up, in that time where women were having babies that were full of crack, and women were selling their children for crack, and doing some of everything for dope. So and a lot of those people were some of my friends' parents. They were the boomer generation. So a lot of those people when you're walking around and you're spending years and years and years on crack and heroin and all kinds of nonsense, you're not really in a position to pass anything down to anyone, all right, except crack use for the most part. So, I think a lot of Gen Xers suffered. I tell people all the time, I'm fortunate. I'm one of those black folks who I was raised by my mother and my father. I mean, when my pops died, my parents were married for 50 some odd years. So, I was in like my 30s, when my dad died. So I always had my dad in my life. Um, I was one of maybe three people of the 20 to 25 group of friends that actually had a father. And out of all those people that I know, the dudes that actually had a father in their life, they're sort of like me. They're hardworking guys. They own businesses and all that kind of stuff. The majority of those dudes that grew up in that time frame without a father, I mean, some of them are in prison. Some of the dudes that I grew up with are dead. I know dudes that's in prison right now, and they've been in prison ever since we were in our 20s. Okay. I'm in my 50s now, and they're still in prison. They I have friends of mine who murdered folks, who, just did all kinds of stuff. So, when you talk about the boomer generation, especially where I'm from, I know a lot of those boomers, they couldn't pass down any knowledge. They couldn't pass down any traits, and they definitely couldn't pass down any property or inheritance because a lot of that shit went up in crack smoke. So a lot of Gen X was coming from my hometown, coming from that time period. They didn't have people to look up to. They didn't have people to teach them, how to live, how to be an adult, how to be successful. It's hard to do that when you're a 15-year-old kid and you come home and the house is full of crack smoke and mom is crouched over the damn couch, with a needle in her arm. And I mean, that's not going to be a person that's going to teach you too much. All right. If you learn anything, is you're going to learn it from somewhere else. You're not going to learn it from mom if mom's a dope head. All right. You're not going to learn it from mom if mom is leaving y'all home by yourselves for days at a time while she's out on a crack bench. So, I can only speak from my own experience from my hometown because that's where I grew up. That's why I left. I mean, I left that place when I was 17. All right. I got the hell out of there because I knew it was nothing for me there. Nothing. The only thing I had there was my parents. All right. And luckily, I was raised by blue collar working people. I mean, my dad was a landscape architect. My mom was a charter bus school driver. All right. I mean, I didn't grow up rich. All right. But I also didn't grow up poor. I mean, that's not my story. A lot of people, oh, I'm from the hood and all that sort of kind of nonsense. That's not my story. I grew up in the freaking suburbs, all right, of New York. Like I said, hardworking father, hardworking mama, working class people. That's who I was raised by. I mean, I wasn't born, on the cheese line and, having to, share clothes with my siblings. No, but I also didn't, I didn't grow up rich. I mean, my parents were working people. They worked. And guess what? Some of my friends, their parents didn't work. So you could see the difference, right? I was one of the first one of my friends to have a car. I was one of the first one of my friends to have my own apartment, because being raised by my old man, guess what? Man, I've been working ever since I was like 8 years old. All right. Because I used to be right on the truck with my old man. I spent my whole summers and spring break working. All right. Humping a wheelbarrow, pouring concrete, planting trees, shit like that. While everybody else was at the beach and playing basketball and shit, I was out somewhere planting bushes. I was out somewhere humping gravel in a freaking wheelbarrow. You know how you come up as a man and you start to fill out, by doing activities and playing ball. I didn't fill out like that. I filled out from working because ever since I was about 7 or 8 years old, I was on the goddamn truck with my old man. I tell this story all the time, man. By the time I was 11, 12 years old, I'd be driving a freaking dump truck. I knew how to operate a payloader. I knew how to operate a bulldozer. I knew how to operate a backhoe. Because, see, my father had all that shit. So by the time I was 11, 12 years old, shit, man, I could operate all that shit. He would have me driving the dump truck. I would be driving the dump truck with the goddamn bulldozer on the trailer behind it because I was a tall kid. You know, by the time I was 12 years old, I was pretty damn tall. My dad had me driving the dump truck, man. 12 years old. That's how I came up. I didn't come up because when you talk about that hood shit, you know, and the drugs and the guns and all that kind of bullshit, I didn't get exposed to the hood until after I moved out of my parents' house. That's when I started, you know, chasing hood whores and hanging out in the hood and all that kind of shit. Because, see, my old man didn't play that shit. All right, he ain't play that shit. And guess what? My hood ass friends, they wasn't allowed at my house. Hell no. They was not allowed on the property. If I wanted to see them, I had to go somewhere else to the park or something like that. So I didn't get exposed to that hood shit, drugs and crack and all that kind of shit and smoking weed and all that kind of shit. Man, I didn't see none of that shit till after I moved out of my parents' house. So that's just not my story, you know. And what I think often happens, I'm going to say this and I shut up. What I think often happens is that a lot of times we as black people, we all poured into one jar, right? We all grew up in the same place. We all had the same kind of parents. We all knew people that was on drugs. We all, you know, we all came up in the hood. But see, that shit ain't true, man. Not all people are alike, man. Not even all black people. Now, we're willing to admit that, you know, white people and Latino people and Asian people and other people are different. But for some reason, as black folks, we all have this common thread between us. And it's not true. The only thing we have in common, most of us, is our color. Not all of us were raised in the projects. Not all of us had a crackhead mama. Not all of us lived in poverty. I mean, it's just not true. It's not. And I think often when we get on this media shit and start talking about it, we talk about it from an angle that all of us were raised this one particular way just because many of us were raised that particular way. And I think that's the mistake that we make often as black folks, thinking that we're all the same. And it's crazy, right? Because people are quick to say black people are not a monolith, but they want us to be a monolith when it comes to this struggle, when it comes to poverty, when it comes to bigotry, when it comes to racism, when it comes to all this other stuff. Now they want to put us in a monolith box. But that same person 5 minutes ago just got done saying black folks aren't a monolith.
Right.
And I agree. We're not. We are not. But go ahead. Y'all got it. I got to step away for like 5 minutes. I'll be right back, y'all. All right? Y'all got it. Go ahead.
Somebody else is up here. That picture looks familiar. Are you the one that's been super chatting?
Oh yes, I am. I have been in that super chatting before. I am no stranger to
You're kind of muffled.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
better,
sir.
I think.
Okay. All right. I'm no stranger to Brother X's channel. I've been up on him several times. But look, I will say this. I actually wanted to come up when Mr. Steve and because I wanted to actually address.
Wait, you're kind of muffled again.
Yeah.
Oh crap.
Sir, your voice is actually not clear. I mean, if you could, I mean, there is some sort of disturbance coming in. If you could clear it up, we would be able to hear you more clearly.
Is this better?
Yes, yes, it is better. Fine.
Okay, good. Because I want to be nice and clear when I say this. Well, number one,
No, I think it's like when you say one word, that we can hear you clearly, but It sounds like you're kind of away from like you're away from the microphone, or there's a cloth, like a thick cloth blocking it.
Cloth.
Let's see. Brother X up, he's the only one that can let me up. All right, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna come back up.
All right. Well, that was a good. So what did you two think about the debate?
That wasn't a debate.
Look,
Was this your first debate?
No, that's not a debate.
No. But was it your first debate, good mother? Yes. No.
I have conversations with people.
Yeah.
I can debate with somebody that knows the rules of debate and can be within the rules of debate and not be super I don't know, manipulative and that, like, right out the gate. Like, I try to clear up even from the get-go what he meant by respectful.
Well,
Like,
I came in late, so I missed that part. But like, yeah, I mean, like, for example, like, I think there were Bill Nye and some other guy. You know Bill Nye?
mhm.
Yeah, he debated someone else. So, like, I thought it was going to be something in that format, like where it's more structured. I mean, it was structured, but it was where it was more in terms of the two participants more respectful.
Yeah, no. And I tried to clear that up from the get-go because I've seen his previous debates, or what he calls debates, and I wanted to make sure that wasn't the way it was going to go, because I'm not going to take part in that. For one, I refuse to play those games with men. Like, I don't mind tearing into a crazy bitch that's a woman, but like playing the pissing contest or the sword fighting with another man, I'm not interested in at all. So
Yeah, I don't know. I think he said that he had an issue with you coming on certain panels, but I mean, I just found it kind of odd. Like, if if you want to make a good point, you should maybe have a debate with maybe with the same gender, or someone who's a radical feminist or something like that.
the only radical feminists that want to debate me are men.
Yeah, blue pill men.
I
No,
just
radical
want to.
feminists are all cowards. They won't even have a debate or a discussion about any of their lies that they've been promulgating and making a living on. So
I just want to say for myself, I can vouch for myself. I did not want to win or lose the debate because it doesn't matter as long as we still have a Western demography that includes black people, that includes white people, which has been the traditional case. Black people also built America alongside white people. I'm not discrediting them as anything, but this think that it is all because of white supremacy, then white people would say that it is all because of the Jews. I mean,
yeah,
where would that end? Because the government is always tyrannical. Most of the people here don't know for a fact that when in Canada, very recently, you people all know that after the truckers were, their bank accounts were seized and their insurance were revoked by the state and the companies, actually an emergency act was introduced by our liberal prime minister over here, Mr. Justin Trudeau. But people don't know for a fact that there was another socialist female prime minister in India during the 70s who forcefully sterilized millions of men in
Oh,
terms of.
the mass execution thing. I heard there was like this woman who it was racial too. I could be
No,
wrong though.
no, no, it was not racial, it was based on gender. Male sterilization was a thing. I mean, you could get articles on that when an emergency was imposed in India from 1975 to 1977, because in terms of controlling the demography or the population, quote unquote. So millions of men were forcefully sterilized. So this outreach or overreach of the state in your private lives, in your bedrooms, within your family and relationships, how you raise your kid, whether you slap your kid or not, all these things actually come in the ambit of a legislature. And if we want to do away with this nonsense of affirmative action or anything which incentivizes governmental policies for disintegration of families, then we have to come to terms with the reality that this is not a community problem or a psychological problem, this is a legal problem. And once people could vote for no fault divorce, then people could also vote for revoking that law. That's all I'm saying. So people have to make up their mind based on that, regardless of what party affiliation or what ideological affiliation you subscribe to. That is on you. But when it comes to legal changes, you people should stand as one. And that would also benefit, in turn, the black men as well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Griff, you make a good point. I think we're seeing more of that within black men. Uh, there's more of a gender war now, where I think within this space you'll see like more black men leaning towards conservative policies that are mostly sponsored by Republicans, but there's a gender war where the men and the women would particularly are on the side of liberal policies that are propagated by Democrats within the United States. So I think we're seeing more of that. But I don't know how much of an impact we're going to see within the next 2 to 3 years. But I think
Can
we're
I
slowly seeing a change of that.
can I just point out that even calling it a gender war is a feminist thing? Like gender used to
Yeah.
be before women took over the universities. Gender used to describe what language does, like what
Mhm.
certain words, if it was a masculine or a feminine. So it only became gender because psychology decided to fucking toy with people's sexuality.
I think I get your point. And particularly within the black community, it's like, for example, black women feel entitled to men's votes, where if you try to, I mean, even black men try, like some older black men try to enforce it, where if you try to vote for a Republican, if you like, let's say conservative, they will shame you and call you certain names. But this
Yeah.
has a lot to do with previous history, like with the civil rights era. But it's a challenge, and it's more of a gender war now, because within the Black American culture, it's more of a gynocentric structure,
Sir,
the structure,
yes,
which is problematic.
exactly. The
Okay,
the
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
yes.
hold on, hold on. I want to get my boy Perfect Black up in here. What's good with it, my brother? I ain't heard
What
nothing from you in a while. What's good?
what's going with you, man? Can everybody hear me? Because when I came up the first time, nobody could hear me. Everybody said I was muffled.
Yes, sir. We can
Yeah,
clearly hear you.
yeah, you good. You got it. Go
Okay,
ahead. Pull the
cool,
trigger.
cool. I actually wanted to come up when SKC was up because he said something that kind of that got me up, but so I'm not going to address it because he's not here. So I'll just couch that. But in term, let me say this, right? I am not a supporter of affirmative action. Matter of fact, I think they should go and just completely abolish it. I think they should abolish a lot of stuff. Like they should abolish welfare. They should abolish the family courts. They should abolish child support. They should abolish a lot of stuff. The thing that triggered me, and I will admit to being triggered. Okay, the thing that triggered me and that triggers me when it comes to stuff like this, when it comes to uh, family conversations or black conversations or whatnot. I have a problem with when foreigners, people from other countries that come to these spaces
I am black, by the way. I was born in America.
okay,
I'm black.
I wasn't really okay.
Okay,
Who
just
who
stating.
who just spoke? Because I want to make sure because I don't want to get it confused. Who just spoke?
Wizard X.
I think Brother
Okay.
Perfect Black is
I
referring to
was
Brother Contriver. I think he's talking about
right.
him.
Yeah, I get triggered on that because even if you're saying something that may be factually right or whatnot, but still, it's the same as because we can't go to those nations and start speaking up on the ills of those because they would throw our asses out real quick, and it bothers me. It really do. It bothers me when foreigners come to these spaces talking about what black people should do when you clearly ran from your nation. You either couldn't get the education that you wanted over there, that you needed over there to do what you wanted over there, maybe because the corruption is too bad or whatever the case may be, and the other stuff that I've already said in the chat. I just think when it comes to this, you probably should just take a backseat. Just take a backseat because if I was in those nations, that's exactly what the hell I would do. I would take a backseat and shut the fuck up.
Now, one point I would like to make.
Just since you pointed me out.
Okay.
Oh,
one point I would like to make. Wait, you can, but to be frank, if you're in a position of power, let's say higher office, you can go to these nations and say what you should do, which commonly happens. It's just that many of us are not within these positions of power to try to enforce or recommend these changes.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I really don't. I really don't because I tend to be really respectful on these panels. But there is nowhere in the world that no black American person with that caste system over there, no black American person is going over there talking about nothing.
I'm saying that if you're in a position of power, let's say if you have a corporation, which typically happens, you can enforce or recommend changes if they want your business, which since more developing countries are getting more business opportunities, it will happen. But since
do you think Oprah Winfrey can go over there and talk shit about their caste system and the rapes and all of that?
If Oprah
she did that. Perhaps you don't know because it is very easy for people to
exactly. No, I'm good. And what happened to Oprah? What did they do to Oprah over there?
Did nothing. Nothing happened to her.
So okay, that I'm not gonna get into an argument with
she was hosted by the greatest celebrity in India at his house.
And what did they do?
They treated her like a guest.
Have they stopped the rapes over there? Has the corruption stopped?
No.
Okay, saying that, and then moving on.
But come on, that happens with any developing country.
Wait, hold on.
How long? India is not a developing.
It is a developing country. It's middle income.
I mean, I'm really fascinated how you conveniently become a Westerner and conveniently you have to opt out to become a black individual when it comes to affirmative action plan or whatever. I mean, I don't see the cognitive dissonance, but that is the case.
Well, first of all, I don't have to, hold on.
Can I
wait, he asked me a question.
Wait, can I point something out real quick though? Because feminism
I will get to feminism in a minute. I will get to feminism in a minute, but he asked me a question. I don't have to answer that to you because I don't have to answer that to you. No, I don't.
Surely.
I don't owe you.
Why would you? Why would you? You need to maintain the frame because you are lifting 220 pounds in barbell squats, isn't it? You are the only person who can do that.
Brother X, did I say anything about my workout regimen? Have I
came on to your picture? Have I came on to your? You posted a picture. I did not.
You know, my picture used to be
because you want to show off. Because you want to show off.
No, that's not the reason why. That's not the reason why I did that. And again, I
don't
owe you no explanation why I changed my picture or anything.
Exactly.
I don't.
Exactly.
I don't because I don't owe it to you.
Okay.
I don't owe it to you.
I know that. Because you would be on the back foot.
I would be on the what?
Back foot.
Explain what that is. I would be on the back foot. What is that?
You would take a step back from your conviction.
I was take a step, and how was that? Versus me having a picture because I used to have my military rank up there. I took that down, and I used to have a picture of George Stinney up there. I don't know if you even know who that is, but I used to have a picture of George Stinney up there as kind of like my avatar. But I took it down and I used a picture of myself for a very specific reason. So why would I take as you say, a step back or whatnot?
I said you are on the back foot.
Okay,
You
so
would be on the back foot
why would I be on the back foot?
because you have no community of your own.
I have no community of my own. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yes.
And see, and this is
And
I'm
you should be
not
thanking me.
right
You
now.
should
I'm
be
not,
thanking me.
sir,
You should
sir,
be thanking
sir, I'm
me.
not talking about, sir, I'm not talking to you. Okay, I'm not talking to you when I'm saying this. All right, this is what I'm talking about how far we in the Black community have dissented, because we have people coming from other countries who are running from their own degradation in their own nation, where they're pissing and shitting in the streets. And
Like
they
the
have
poop
to,
patrol
well,
in San
sir,
Francisco.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, now you are an
I'm
American.
I'm not. Yeah, I was born and raised here. Unlike you, I served time protecting this nation. My blood goes back to the Civil War of this nation.
Oh yes.
You came to the Americas, in this case Canada.
On my own credit.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, Contriver. Let him finish.
You ran from the degradation that you were too cowardly to fixing your own nation for whatever reason, either because the corruption is too bad, either because you say, well, the people there are too tough, whatever the case may be. You ran like a lot of other cowardly immigrants who come to this nation. Then they come over here with their nose turned up to Black Americans who paved the way, mind you, for you to be here in the first goddamn place. Okay? This is what I'm talking about, Black America. When I say we have had our capes on too goddamn long for other people, and then they come over here and they turn their nose up and they talk greasy about us. And not only that, they call us niggas to our face over here. This is what I'm talking about. We should stop caping for these people. Stop. They are not our allies. They continue to prove that they're not our allies. And if this latest example that come on the screen here, that come on this panel, who call a nigger, because I guarantee you he wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have said nothing like that if anybody on this panel, any Black person on this panel, would have been in his face. The essence of cowardice.
I don't think the other guy would have said what he said to Contriver to his face first.
I like to say something. It kind of pains me to see when other Black people, when they are, I guess, when they represent America, they don't, and they vote too also, but they vote on the belief of their party lines will benefit mostly, their communities, when that's not the case. You said that you were a soldier, so you represent America's interests. And if you're not well aware that these nations have interests in other parts of the world, and whether these countries design policies for good intentions, sometimes outcomes are very poor. And
what does that have to do with them coming over and talking grease about Black folks?
One second. So when you're seeing like people coming from other countries, it's because there's an opportunity they can gain up skills, whether they want to stay or go back to other countries and build it up.
An opportunity that our ancestors paved the way for them.
I'm still speaking, but it's commonly known that Black people vote, like, let's say 89% party lines of the Democratic Party.
Not me.
Which are very interventionist within other countries, and that has proven not only within Latin America, the Caribbeans, but within other parts of the world. We're even seeing now with Ukraine. So it's kind of naive to say that you're coming here just for no reason, when we're actively involved in other parts of the world.
What you mean coming here for no reason? I don't know what you mean by that.
They're coming here for no reason, in the sense where they're deciding to flee their countries just because it's a poor state, And
I
that's
never
not,
said that.
you
That is
did.
not. No,
You
I did
did.
not. No, I did not. That is
You
not what
did.
I said. I said, yeah, I said they are fleeing their nations and all of that. They are. But they're not staying there and fixing their damn problems like black Americans here, because we don't have nowhere to go. We can't do nothing but fix. But we've been in full rebellion in this ever since we got here.
Can I answer you, Mr. Perfect Blackness?
Wait, I would like to say something. That's not really the case. Some of them are actually fleeing because of, let's say, war tone. Some of them are actually
war tone. Then you know
one second. I'm not done.
that's
Wait, I'm
fine.
not.
Their nation
Wait.
needs them. They can
I'm not.
stay
I'm not
there.
done.
Hold on now. You see, they
Wait.
wouldn't
Stop.
have that smoke from me if they didn't come over here and talk greasy about us. No, wait a minute. I'm not going to stop. No, if they didn't come over and talk greasy about us, then I wouldn't have no smoke. But when they come over and calling us in and got all this smoke for, you goddamn right, I'm going to call that shit out. Then you should have stayed over there and fixed your problems over there.
We're both.
Don't come over here. Don't come over here on the roads that we paved in our sweat, blood, and tears, and been denied some of the same right that you weren't enjoying, and talk greasy about us. Because I'm not going to sit back and I'm going to say something about it. I'm sorry.
And one of the problems is that, Black Americans have paved the way, especially for the civil rights era. But at the end, and something has to do with leadership within the Black American community. Even now, like, let's say they have given up and they have shared it. So that's something that has to do with, I guess, the gatekeepers of the Black American community.
That's a different. You're right on. You're right on it. Hold on. No, I can't let you do that because that is what you're saying. You're absolutely right, but that's a different discussion of what I've been saying here.
Stop. Wait, I'm not done. Wait, I'm not
why
done.
Why am I the only female on the panel not freaking the fuck out? Why is this a thing?
Wait, good mother, 1 second. And
Like,
one problem. Wait, good mother, 1 second. And one problem along with that, which is kind of poor leadership, you even have, let's say, like the current members of the King family kind of negatively backing. I mean, they're backing the Democratic Party regardless, even though many of the policies do not benefit the Black American family. And this has something to do with leadership. Black Americans can ignore that problem and just go out after the immigrants, the immigrants who are talking negative about Black Americans, which they can do, but it doesn't tackle the main problem where there are people with self-interest that are plaguing the large sects of the Black American community. That's the case, and that's a prime example. Even with the Martin Luther King family, they specifically took one side over another, and they're openly supporting a party that negatively releases constant bad policies for the Black American community. So you can defend the Black American community against immigrants, but at the end of the day, you have to focus on the gatekeepers who kind of advocate for negative and disastrous policies, and who kind of spread certain types of consumerism that have a significant effect on the Black American community. And not only that, but you're voting for a party that has constantly, that's basically pro-immigration, pro-visa, even with the Clinton administration, who where massive factories left to foreign countries, which impacted the Black family. That's what we're doing. That's what Black Americans are doing. We're voting. We're not voting for our interests. We're voting for other people's interests. So it's kind of silly to just say, you have significant roots within the United States, but some of your fellow comrades are voting against your interest, and they're acting against your interests. Within politics, entertainment, within academia, within the whole sect. So that's a problem.
Women.
Can I just answer Mr. Perfect Blackness? Sir, you are a soldier. Sir, you are a soldier. I respect each and every soldier of any and every country because they don a uniform and they take a bullet for it. That is the ultimate supreme sacrifice. So, first of all, thank you for your service. Number two, When some feminists actually try to say to a bunch of Marines, walk a mile in her shoes, how do you feel about it? And I'm the bad guy for quote unquote pointing out the obvious since I have an accent and I came from India. Well, first of all, I'm not in America, I'm in Canada. I called you N word because you called me a bunch of things that I flew from my country. Sir, there is my extended family. Within 2 years, I'm going back. I have been in this country, Canada, since 2014. Okay? So it is 7 years now. I would be going back to my home country and retire and settle down over there. I still have an Indian passport. But that does not mean that if I'm seeing some injustice within the American community as a whole or within the West as a whole because of this political trope or prop or these talking points of cultural Marxism which has seeped into it, and that is why they are actually totally destroyed the whole black and white communities, that I should not be able to speak about it, that I should have to shut up just because your people have opinionated opinions over each and everything in the world, as if the rest of the world is America's playground. Okay, so don't teach me, don't try to dictate your terms as a drill sergeant over me. You are not my drill sergeant. I was a former strategic affairs observer if you want to pull up ranks. I was a policy research intern in Arms Control Association and all these geopolitical, geostrategic think tanks who decide how many casualties they are going to be for a war. Okay? So you don't have to pull up ranks with me because I go way up in the upper echelons of the hierarchy as well. Now, let us come back to the basics. What I'm saying is, let us get into the merits of the argument. What I'm saying about affirmative action plan to dismantle it as a whole and give it to a black man, because the black women are quoted as double minority. And since you brought it up, it is very fashionable to talk about black women having all the kids out of wedlock. Within the white community, it is 50%, 50%. So we should talk about that as well. There is not a white community or a black community anymore because there are no families. And I am in favor of families. You just want me to shut up and give me a shut up call because it somehow triggers you or something. I mean, it is on you, sir. It is on your discretion. It is on your wisdom to say whatever you want. Okay? I had my say, and whatever I said, if people gravitate towards it, if people resonate with that, it is on them. I'm just pointing out the obvious. I have been an outspoken, straightforward person all my life, and I am only doing that. Sorry to, displease you or something. I respect every soldier because you have paved with your lives. Thank you for your service. But sorry, I'm not sorry for pointing out the obvious.
Yeah, well, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. Good stuff tonight. You know, lots of bigotry and racism and all that kind of stuff on here. And by the way, a good mother, Q Butter is the founder of Zayek's Institute in Brooklyn, New York. I actually know him personally. He's actually a friend of mine. Yeah, good stuff tonight. Good shit, y'all. And Contriver, now that I have you here,
Yes, sir.
do you think you'd like to be a contestant on the ridiculous race game, man?
That would be
Sir,
brilliant.
I actually don't want to because you see, I could
You
be.
scared? Are you afraid to play the ridiculous race game? Are you afraid to play it? It's
No,
fun,
sir.
man. I'm telling
No,
you.
sir.
It's
No,
fun.
no, sir. No,
Fun,
sir.
man.
I'm
Well,
actually interested more in about men's rights and what that has
Yeah,
deteriorated.
we talk about all that kind of stuff too. I tell you what, I'm already booked for this week anyway. So think it over. I'm doing another one in a week, next Saturday. Okay. I'll hit you up. I have your email now. I'll hit you up
Yes, sir.
in about a week and see if you've changed your mind. As a matter of fact, if you're not doing anything Saturday night, just tune in to the one that we're doing Saturday night, then make your decision. All right.
Okay, sir.
How's that
Definitely.
sound? So everybody go ahead and give your parting shots before we get up out of here. Final thoughts. Whoever want to go can go.
I'll go first. It was a great show. I think these kind of dialogues are really needed, and I know sometimes some parts sting a little, but it's really needed in order to change, share different perspectives, and use these dialogues to grow from it. So I think it was a very productive dialogue post debate, and I look forward to more of it, and I hope everyone has a good a good week and a good weekend.
It was nice chatting with you.
Absolutely. I appreciate you coming on, brother. Wizard X. Next. Anyone who
I
wants to go
suppose.
can go.
No, I suppose I'll go because I wasn't an original panelist, so I will go. I did want to, and I'm not going to do it here, brothers, but I did want to respond to the gentleman that just left, because one of the things that really bothers me is when is when I'm what I'm saying is not even being addressed, and I have to. What I'm saying is being conflated with the larger irresponsible voting patterns of the larger Black society. And that was kind of bothering me, but I didn't want to. I wanted to let him get it out, and I didn't want to argue with him. Look, like I said, I'm not for affirmative action. I'm not. I'm not for affirmative action. I'm not for a lot of other things. I will be probably considered to be more of a radical in the Black community, because I've long said that there's certain things that need to be abolished that's killing the Black community. Yes, affirmative action, not just feminism, welfare, the family courts, child support, all that bullshit is killing the Black community. Yep. But it really bothers me because I spent some time overseas myself, and the reason why and there's another reason why I'm really this way on this, because when I spent a few years overseas, I didn't see Black Americans over there all in the business of the local politics of the people there. I just didn't see that. Not only did I didn't see it because they wouldn't appreciate it. It would be a problem. We would get briefings almost every weekend before the weekend, say, hey, keep in mind this, don't get involved in this. When you see this man beating the shit out of his woman, don't get involved, leave that alone. That type of stuff. But yet when we get over here, we get all manner of foreigners coming to telling Black folks what they need to do, talking about affirmative actions, and you don't even know what the shit, you barely know what the shit even means. You just got here in you just got in the Americas, not just America, the Americas within the 2000s, for Christ's sakes. And you have the gall, the temerity to sit and talk about what Black folks need to do in terms of anything. And on top of that, you call us one of a terrible word that to be honest, I've been mentoring and coaching for a very long time, and I don't use that word, and I don't let none of the boys that I mentor and coach use that word. But I tell you what, no white person I work around in corporate America, they know good and goddamn well they can never say that in front of me, because they would have a well-whooped ass, and they would be picking up every fucking teeth that they thought that they owned in their head off the goddamn ground. They said it in front of me or any other Black person that I know of. And so for me, that's a problem. That shows a lack of serious disrespect for the people that built this goddamn nation. They built the nation so feminism can fucking thrive. and destroy the community. And that's what really got me. And I want to get on this other thing um, about how the SKC was saying about the how affirmative action is actually weakened or what. I had some kind of pushback against that, but I see he's not here. So, but brothers, thanks for having me up. And I hope I didn't offend anyone. I wasn't really trying to offend anyone, but I do have a strong position. And when it comes to the black community, even though I have some strong feelings about the black, in particular black women, I still love the black community because this is where I come from. This is what made me. And I can't run from that. And for me, I want to try to fix it. And some of the things, affirmative action, some of the things that is hurting it. But we need to stop allowing foreigners who come to this nation or to the Americans and just talk greasy about black, even if they come with some, even if it's a real a point that is real, but still, brother, if you and your family was having an argument within the house, you ain't finna let me come up in your house and just talk greasy about, even if I'm saying something right. It's not gonna work. So that's all I have, man. Thanks for having me up, brothers, and thanks to the panel.
You got it, my brother. Brother Perfect Black. Next.
I will go next because I have to also leave, sir. It has been a pleasure being with the fellow interlocutors, including Mr. Perfect Blackness. And I have no animosity against him or anything. People actually need to ponder upon, do some sort of self introspection about these things as to who is saying that. I mean, if you want to believe in symbolism, or you want to believe in substance. It is upon you, on the wisdom of the people who are actually watching this live stream, and let them decide whatever they want, because I am merely pointing out the obvious. If my pointing out the obvious just as a foreigner is out of the question, just because I'm a bloody foreigner, a bloody Apu, as people call me, then it is fine. Then the overreach of the global police of the world should not have that much effect into other countries as well, via all these intersectionalities and whatnot. So, if Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, could promote feminism in India, then I have to also check some of the facts which people are actually talking about. Now, when it comes to triggering people, I did not use the N word unless and until TVA or some other panelist, including Mr. Perfect Blackness, came here and called me some Gentoo or something. I did not use that word. If you come in good faith, I would come in good faith. Corporate America, if you are talking about corporate America, I am one of those people who actually tolerate all of that unless you have a substance behind your saying. People, multimillionaire rappers could use the N word freely, but I cannot. Why? Because I'm just a brown guy with an Indian accent? Who gives you the right to be the self appointed adjudicator of all of this? You have no right. You love your community, that is a separate issue. That is a different thing. We all love our communities, we all love our families, and we breathe also the same oxygen which you breathe. So there is, as far as humanity is concerned, I'm just pointing out the obvious. If you feel furious about it, then go and try to correct it and get more people on your side so that they could at least listen to you in your community. That's all I'm saying. I have no animosity towards anyone. If first of all, I'm not in Canada. I have an MBA degree, and that is from India, not from Americas, as people would like to reiterate every once in a while. I came on my merits legally where people wanted me to be. I had a job offer. That's why I came. And actually, people should be thanking me for pointing out the obvious of the uh, destruction of family unit, what has happened, and what vitriol we have in our families and communities as a whole, which has destroyed our daily lives. But people have to, be adamant and furious about it. I mean, I have, I mean, sheepishly, I have to say, I have seen brazenness, but not of this sort. Anyways, it has overall been and very good experience for me, sir, as well. And I would thank Mr. The Prophet of the Thought and good mother for letting me indulge in this entire conversation, because it is not just America or the West is affected.
Yeah.
Feminism has actually radiated outwards via osmosis to other communities as well, in other countries as well, and they are perpetually destroying the civilizations. That's all I'm saying.
Thanks, Contriver.
All right. I appreciate you coming through, man. You're welcome anytime. Good mother.
Well, that
Spartan
was.
shots. Go ahead.
I don't think a lot of people realize that America, we make the standards. We set the example for the whole world. And this whole past year, there's been men from all over the world, many countries, coming to my channel and having similar types of discussions, because America is really good at exporting feminism and toxic ideology. So, because the universities and the because it's like emotional and mental terrorism, it really gets a hold of people. So that's why it needs to be cleaned up in America, because we're the root of the problem that the whole world is dealing with currently. So thank you for having me on, Xavier.
Oh, absolutely. Before you go, though,
I'm
before
sorry
you
I
go,
couldn't debate
I
like
gotta say this. I gotta say this before you go, good mother.
yeah.
I'm somewhat disappointed because I was looking forward to you and TVA squaring off. So
Um,
you owe me a debate, lady.
I will give you a debate, but this yelling back and forth, and I mean, I already told you I'm
So
not a fan of angry
how
at all.
about how about you square off with another woman? How about I get another woman and you square off? You owe me a debate, good mother.
That would be perfect.
Okay.
I wish a feminist would debate me, but I can't seem to
Okay.
get one to do it.
I'll find one.
Okay.
I'll find one and I'll hit you up and we'll set it up maybe, I don't know, next week or something like that.
A one-on-one.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be just
Okay.
you too. Just
I,
like tonight.
I've
Be the
been
same thing.
trying. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Same thing.
If you can sort
I
that,
I will find one.
that would be magic.
All
You
right.
would do what nobody's been able to do.
All right. Well, keep next week open. Keep
Okay.
next Wednesday. Yeah, keep next Wednesday open.
Okay.
And I'll find somebody and you ladies can square off in the digital square circle.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. Thank you, Xavier.
All right. You got it.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
All right, folks. We're gonna go ahead and wrap it up, man. We creeping up. It's 3 hours and 53 minutes up in here. Good stuff tonight, though, man. We've been having a lot of conversations here, man. That I know they get up under folks' skin, and it's bigoted, and it stings, and it hurts, and all that kind of stuff. But we're gonna have more of these conversations, man. This is gonna be something we're doing over here, man. We're going to be having these conversations about race. We're going to be having these conversations about bigotry, prejudice, and we're not just going to be hearing it from black mouths. We're going to be hearing it from other people's mouths too, because it seems like the only time black people want to talk about racism is when it's just a bunch of black folks. No, 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 no. We're not doing that. All right. We're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to be talking about race, and we're going to be talking about race with other races, with people of other color, people from different places, people from different backgrounds. All that kind of stuff is going on. All right. All that kind of stuff is going on over here. Yeah. And next week, I'm going to try to set up a debate between Good Mother and somebody. So if there's anybody out there who's listening, who's quote unquote, as she would say, a feminist, hit me up on my email. It's on the screen and we can set it up. But this is what we're going to do right now. I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all in the head one more time with T.P.O.T's programming notes, because this weekend we'll be doing another ridiculous race game. Yeah, another ridiculous race game. Like I said, this week, man, we got a good panel, man. We got some good guests coming through. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull that up. Pull this up and get this crap off of here. Yeah, because this week, man, I mean, it's going down. And damn, why is this still up here? Moving the wrong stuff, y'all. Hold on. That out of there. All right. This Saturday, like I said, another installment of the ridiculous race game. And we got a full clip this week, man. I mean, Lady Toya, the tutor, will be here. Survival will be here. Brother Clue will be here. The Hood Conservative will be here. The Radical Latino will be here. And Lady Alice will be here as well. As you can see here, man, very diverse panel of folks going to be here on Saturday, man. And we're going to talk some of this bigotry, prejudice, discrimination. And of course, we're going to have some laughs at racism's expense as well. So it's going to be fun. Just like last week, man, you know, we talked about race and racism and discrimination and all that kind of stuff. And we also had a little fun with it, man. And, you know, pointed out some of the hypocrisy of it and some of the ridiculous stuff, man, that's involved with racism. Because I do realize that racism is a real thing. But some of this racism shit is just pure comedy, man. It's just ridiculous with some of it. So we're going to point it out, man. And we're going to throw down Saturday night, like I said, man, full clip. If you want to be a contestant, because last week, man, we had like 13 people come through. I started out with 4, man. We ended up with like 13 people coming through. This week, man, we got 6 people coming up right off the top of the show. If you want to be a contestant on the ridiculous race game, go ahead, hit me up. You see the email, prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophet of thought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. And one more time, a quick little preview of what we have going on this weekend. Live from the T.P.O.T studios, the game where we talk about discrimination, prejudice, bigotry, with all of the absurd hypocrisies and contradictions that come with it. Get ready to play the ridiculous race game. Yeah, so make sure your black behinds is here, man. Saturday, man, 8 p.m. Eastern time, man, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. And be on the lookout, man, for the thumbnail, because I'm going to set Good Mother up with somebody to debate next Wednesday. I have a couple people in mind. I got to hit them up to see if they're going to be available, but I'm like 85%. I'm 85% sure that I'm going to be able to make this happen, because I got 2 people in mind already that she could probably square off with, and they'll probably accept the debate. So keep your eyes out for the thumbnail. It'll probably be up by this weekend, and we'll throw down on Wednesday. All right. And I say again, man, if you want to be a contestant on the Ridiculous Race Game. We're going to be doing the Ridiculous Race Game probably every Saturday. It'll probably wean off to every other Saturday eventually, because those of you who know me, y'all know that my season is coming in. It's starting to get warm again, so I'm working a little more, and I'm not going to be able to do this YouTube shit as much as I've been doing it this winter. So yeah, you hit me up, man, and we can make something happen, man. It's up to you, good folks. All right. So I'd like to thank everybody who came out tonight, man. My brother, Perfect Blackness, brother Trey, brother Contriver, the good mother, brother TVA. I appreciate all of y'all, man, coming through tonight, brother Wizard X, and the good folks out there, man. I appreciate y'all as well, man. I appreciate all the super chats, man, and the cash apps. But more importantly, man, I appreciate your participation more than anything else, man. I don't take the good folks lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. You could have been anywhere, man, on a Wednesday night, man, and you decided to be here, and it's appreciated, man. It is. All right. So with that, I will leave you, good folks, with 3 words. And I'm still disappointed, man, because I kind of wanted to see Good Mother and TVA square off. And I told her she owed me a damn debate. But anyway, man, with that, I will leave you, good folk, with 3 words, like I always do.
Hours of power.
Debates. Open your minds.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The Popular Thought Series.
3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hear these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the price of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, Paul. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you with all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD. Didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper TV over and over and see white families come? You think it's thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 40 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops are that? Think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license, just like you used to drive a car. And if you use it wrong, then you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? South Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
Copy. San Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear suspect down 10-4. 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your minds. Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your